Hello, and welcome back to Poll for Initiative, the tabletop role playing stream where the audience influences the story. I, of course, am not your dungeon master, Ben and/or Benjamin, it's as I am known on the internet. And with me, I have Seth, otherwise known as MB Banshee, who will be playing today as the DM, not playing today. They will be the DM. Anyway, sorry.
I always regret asking you to do that, to do the intro. I think I'm gonna start doing it from now on if you're gonna keep doing it weird. If you're gonna keep being weird about it.
That's the bit. It has to be different every single time.
Yeah, but
Come on, the
you're gonna be
chat. The
weird.
chat loves the bit.
No, they
They
don't.
love the bit.
They don't love that bit.
They love. Tell them, chat. You love the bit.
I don't think so. Anyway, welcome. Welcome back, friends, to Poll for Initiative. Descent. Not the first one, the second one. And I'm so excited that all of you are here. This frickin' stream has been the only thing that has been getting me through this goddamn week. This whole week has been, it's been fine, but it's just been like, I want to play so bad.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't been fine, but
well,
it's
no. Yeah. So anyway, everyone, welcome. Thank you for being here. We're so excited to have you. I do just want to say something really quick before we get started. I feel like it's I don't know. I don't have to say this. I shouldn't have to, especially not in this community. But I do just want to say, in light of some other people in the D&D space openly admitting to being fascists recently, I just want to take a second to reiterate, this is a safe space for everybody, not including Nazis and fucking fascists. Hey, if you want to openly admit that you would welcome Nazis at your table, actually stay the fuck away from me. We are trans, LGBT inclusive. We are very open-minded and welcoming on this stream, but not if you're a fucking fascist. So,
it's also crazy to say that you would welcome fascists at your table, because, like, just saying, it's literally a rule. You're not allowed to do that. It's in the rule book. Fake DM.
Yeah. Like, I know that our community is small, but usually really great, and I don't feel that I have to say that, but I want to. Just for anybody watching this stream who maybe isn't a part of our community, welcome, we love you, but if you're a fucking Nazi, I'll fucking kill you. Anyways,
Tolerating intolerance is not tolerance.
exactly. But yeah, anyway, moving aside from that, welcome. And I think let's maybe just get right into it. I want to fucking play this game so bad, you guys. I want to play this game so goddamn fucking bad. I don't want to openly, I don't know. I feel weird. I mean, we're a small stream, so it's not like we're like outing someone, especially who like outed it themselves. So I'm not sure if I should be like.
Oh, I mean, if anyone's curious, you can just go to my Twitter. I fucking responded to it on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't think they're like a big, huge creator. They've got like 200K or something. It's not like they're not like a big deal.
Yeah.
I think Seth was just like considering using like one of their assets or something that are publicly available, and then they saw that and they were like, oh, well, fuck that.
Yeah, I deleted one of the links off of our link tree that was to this creator because I was going to use some of their content. That link is no longer there. I will never consider using assets or anything from somebody who is openly a fucking fascist. So just wanted to make that public and clear. But yeah, anyway, let's put all the...
And yes, Gore, my tweet, I specifically retweeted them.
Yeah.
And made fun of them.
Yeah.
So
that's on there if you want to
if you're really that curious.
Yeah. I just don't want to, like, I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to be like,
Yeah, politics are never, ever not allowed on my stream. So
Right.
I'm all for it.
Yeah. Anyway, let's put all of the bad, yucky stuff aside and play our definitely fun little game where nothing bad at all ever happens.
You scared me a little bit because I was like, wait, what did we do?
Oh,
You're like,
no.
you need to address something. And I was like, oh God, what have we done?
No. I just wanted to, I don't know. I felt like, I know I probably didn't have to mention it, but I wanted to.
No,
Anyway. As always, we don't start where we immediately left off. We're going to take a little foray into the past again. A little peek into Alestain's time at Dragonhold. Let me get better music for this, actually.
Oh god, 2 songs.
Oh god. I hate that I hate that Roll20 fucking won't stop playing a song if I start playing another one, because it's like, I don't want 2 songs playing at the same fucking time. Anyway. We take a foray into Alestain's past. Let me find my fucking notes. It's late.
This is always fun because I never know what point in his past you're going to. I gave Seth an outline, but I never know which one they're choosing.
Yeah. I felt like this one was, I don't know. It seemed like a good one to throw in there. 5 years ago. No, 6. A few weeks into your time at Dragonhold. It's late one night. You and Amber have made a habit of sneaking out of your rooms to meet up after hours. And this night is no different. You see a storm raging outside the keep. The heavy rainfall and thunder muffling the sounds of your footsteps and your voices as you explore this castle, as it were. Amber turns to you, excited in the way that she is when you would do heists. Nervous, a little bit stressed, but mostly excited. She's mentioned to you that she has been noticing Amara, her mentor, disappearing down a hallway in the East Wing when she thinks no one is watching. Of course, piqued her interest, as that place, like many others, are forbidden to you. And so, of course, at the first opportunity, the two of you explore.
Think there's gonna be anything we can use down here?
You see, she shrugs and she says, it seems important to her for some reason. She's always going there late at night or whenever she has a free minute that no one's looking for her. I don't know what's in there, but it's got to be something interesting. The two of you...
All right, but I want my founder's fee, okay?
She says, yeah, you're going to steal something from in there? Good fucking luck. She says, we're exploring, sticky fingers. Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, exploring for now, heist later. That's the steps. We scope it out first.
She kind of nods. The two of you, oh god. The two of you silently stalk these halls, keeping out of sight, occasionally stopping to listen for footsteps before continuing on. You descend to the East Wing, where Amber and her order are sort of located in this keep. She takes you down a couple winding hallways into a narrow sort of gap in the wall that leads to a hallway that looks like it's been abandoned. Like, there doesn't seem to be any other entrance to this hallway other than this gap. Like it was once a part of the castle that was then walled off and sort of refound again. It's dark, no lanterns are lit, and there's a single door on the far wall. The two of you sneak to it. You see Amber tries the handle. She goes, fuck, it's locked. She looks around. I'll stand guard. You pick the lock. You're always better at that than I was. And then she like punches you in the shoulder a little bit and walks back over to the hole in the wall and is kind of like keeping an eye out.
He says,
I don't know. I'm starting to think you're just buttering me up. We were always about the same.
and he starts working on the lock.
She goes, shut up and get the lock open, okay? You don't want to see Amara when she's mad, all right?
You just don't want to do the dirty work.
She...
All right, I've been so excited to say dirty work at some point during this
Dirty
stream.
work.
Anyway.
She smiles at you but doesn't say anything. It takes you a few tries, but you eventually get the lock open. It's not that it's like a hard lock, it's just that it's like old and like rusted. So you kind of need to like take the lockpick and like break some of the rust on the inside to like get the mechanism to move. But eventually,
So it hasn't been opened in a while?
it hasn't been unlocked in a while. It seems like she has maybe only recently started locking it again. Or, yeah. Perhaps she hasn't been back in a little while. But Amber indicates that this is the room that she sees her going into. You get the lock open, and she kind of perks up and like runs back over to you. And the two of you sneak inside and close the door behind you. Well, Amber doesn't close the door all the way. You notice as the door opens that it like squeaks really loudly, and so the two of you were like trying to open it very like slowly as to not like wake up the entire fucking the hold. So she doesn't want to touch the door anymore, so she leaves it kind of half cracked, enough of a gap for the two of you to like get back out through. This room, once inside though, I think the two of you almost wish you hadn't bothered trying to come in. This room is some kind of makeshift laboratory. You see diagrams of bodies and skeletal beings on the wall. You see bookshelves and tables full of glass vials with like a strange glowing liquid. You see tomes open everywhere, all of them in different languages that neither of you speak. You see various jars filled with things of questionable and unidentifiable origins. And you see
Do the
like
skeletons look humanoid?
mostly humanoid, but some of them are like, you think they're none of them are necessarily monsters, and if they are, they seem to be vaguely humanoid. You see,
I think as they're looking around, he pokes one of the bones and says,
Do you think they're real?
Amber kind of like, you see like a chill go down her back, and she goes, "Ooh, don't touch that. You don't know what that is." And she like
Says, "You're right. I never paid attention in the biology classes. I have no idea which bone this is."
She goes, "Dude, that could be someone's fucking penis bone."
I was poking his arm.
She goes,
Amber, do you think penises are in the arm?
She said, "I don't know. I didn't pass biology, Alestain." You see, she indicates to, there's like a set of metal tables, and there's like
penis bone. Yes. The problem isn't that there is no penis bone. The problem is that it's not in the arm.
You don't know the anatomy of every single species ever. Okay, you don't know. But you see, she kind of, it's fine. You see, she goes to one of the tables and is kind of like inspecting. There's like stains of like varying colors. And you see that there are 2 drains that are set into the stone floor. And you see she's kind of like crouching down and inspecting the drain. And she's like looking up at the tables and kind of looks back at you. And she just looks uncomfortable. She goes, I don't like this, Alestain. What the fuck is this place? Why are there drains in the floor?
Uh, did you say we saw blood as well, or what were the liquids we saw?
So there's like vials of glowing liquids, like they're like green and yellow. And then there's like jars of stuff that you could not even begin to try to see what the fuck is in that. They're like murky. And then the tables have like stains with various colors on them, like red and green and like blue. And there's drains in the floors that are rusted.
He cautiously sniffs near one of the drains to see if he can identify what's been being drained down there.
It smells putrid. Like,
okay.
It smells like bile.
Someone's been shitting down these drains.
It smells like bile and like old blood and rust. You see Amber kind of backs away from it, like, you can take that. I'm going to look at something else. And you see she makes her way back.
I think it's a guy drain. Like, they drain guys here.
She goes,
like
yeah.
They drain people.
She goes, yeah, I fucking figured that. That's why I'm currently walking away from it. Thank you.
Try not to barf.
She goes, hey, careful. You don't know. What if something comes out of that drain? It's going to get you, dude. You see she walks over to a desk that's surrounded by like bookshelves. And you see she starts to like kind of thumb through. There's like notebooks and books that are open. And you see she sort of starts to like kind of gingerly like flip through them.
As she's flipping through them, is there like one of the skeletal diagrams nearby her?
Yeah, they're like all hanging on the walls.
I think he sees that she's on edge and he's trying to break the tension, so he grabs one of the arms of the skeletons and has it gently brush her arm with its skeletal fingers when she's not looking.
She like jumps out of her skin and like on instinct turns around and punches you in the face.
Ow, what the fuck?
What the fuck? She's like,
that's
ow.
smart.
She goes, the fuck? What, you got an iron jaw? Fuck you.
What do you got? Oh, actually, it doesn't hurt too bad.
She goes, yeah, well, you're lucky I didn't hit you that hard, all right? Fuck you, fuck off. She goes, look at this. The storm starts to get louder outside. And you see she sort of like hunkers down a little bit. She's never been a fan of the rain season. Thunder makes her a little on edge. You see, she goes, look at this. And she motions to a notebook on the table. It's open to what looks like the most recent page. And she says, like, this is weird, Alestain. Come look at this.
What is it? Something we can sell?
She goes over. She like doesn't want to pick it up, but she points to the page and she says, that looks like Amara's handwriting. And it
by the way, not to completely derail, I feel like the whole reason he's like set on like selling things is because if it's only a few weeks here, he's like convinced they're not staying there for very long, and
right.
He just wants to like find something valuable that he can take back home and like use to sell and get the kids out of the orphanage.
Yeah, no worries. She says, I don't think it's, well, honestly, I don't know, but it's weird. Look. And you see the open notebook, and in like scrawling like chicken scratch, it's hard to read mostly, but you see the notes are on, you see at the top in bold, it says highly volatile mutagen concoction. And then it is like notes of like different testing phases and different like chemical compounds. And you see that she kind of flips through the pages, and you see notes that stick out to you are like, you see a lot of notes about failures, like test subjects not performing as expected. and you see like it seems to be like highlighting her, like kind of she seems to be like kind of obsessively noting this. And you see notes that stick out to you. You see one that says need more time, but time is crossed out, and above it says test subjects. And at the bottom it says like you see like ultimate warrior, and then you flip to the last page and it says like on the back, and it says like success is crucial, cannot keep relying on, and then the word looks like it's been like smudged and like blotted with ink and is unreadable. And at the bottom of that page it says it's the word is illegible, and then it continues and says cannot be trusted no matter what that fool Kestrel says. We must endure, we must overcome. And that is the last written in the notebook. Amber says, what the fuck is this? What do you mean? She says, this is Amara's handwriting. I've seen it before. What the hell is this about a volatile concoction? What does that mean? What is she doing in here?
He looks around at the beakers and he's like, well, I assume that's what all this is about. But did you also, there was the other part where they were talking about Kestrel being a fool. You think there's drama in the Bloodhunter post?
She says, well, she clearly thinks that Kestrel's an idiot for something. I wonder who they're talking about or what they're talking about. It says cannot be trusted. She's saying that Kestrel can't be trusted? And you see like you see her anxiety starting to grow, and it's like the room almost gets colder the more that you stand together and speak about this, the storm raging outside. You see she kind of is like, I don't like this, Alestain. I don't think we should have come here.
Said, well, just see if we can find something valuable and we can get the hell out of here.
You see she flips the notes back to the first page gingerly, trying not to leave any indication that she was here. And just before you have a moment to continue to look around, thunder rolls through this place, loud. Lightning strikes. Sounds like it hits almost the side of the building. The room shakes a little bit. It illuminates everything in the room. And in that brief flash of light, you see a figure in the doorway. Standing there, silhouetted by the light, is a small gnome girl with dark hair and striking blue eyes, staring at the two of you very intensely. You see Amber, like, freezes in place and is like, you can see the gears in her mind turning of like, are we caught? Who are you? What's happening? And before the two of you can say anything, the gnome girl steps into the room. She says, we aren't supposed to be here.
We?
She kind of looks around. We. This room is off limits.
What are you, French? What? You're... Who are you?
My name's Gail. We're friends. We shouldn't be here, or we'll be in trouble. Yeah.
He like looks at Amber to see if like she knows who this girl is.
Amber's like, what? I'm sorry, did you say we're friends? I don't know you. I've never seen you before in my life. And Gail says, I've been following you. This place, you're new here. It's only logical to make allies.
Says, sure. Allies.
You see,
Right.
Amber kind of looks at you And then looks back at her and she says, "So, you're not gonna tell anyone that we were here?" And Gail says, "You'd get in a lot of trouble. We should leave now." And Amber kind of looks at you like, "What the fuck is this girl's deal?"
Says, I guess we better leave now. Oh, yeah, we got real lost, you know. We were looking for the latrine.
She says, "You're snooping. It's only logical. You're new here. You want to look around. I can show you. But not here." You see she looks up at the clock on the wall and she says, "Amara will be here in 3 minutes. We should leave." And Amber says, "What?" And the two of you, I think, kind of scramble the fuck out of that room. Gail just very calmly leading you out of there. You see you exit the hole and you hear footsteps coming from the left-hand side. And Gail says, "This way." And she leads you down a hall and takes a right and then kind of like holds out her hand for all you all to stop. And you hear the footsteps get closer and then pass and fade. You hear the distant sound of a door open and then shut. Gail says, "It's dangerous to explore at night. You'd be punished if you were caught. But we're allies, so I'll show you around."
Sure. Yeah. Say, Gail, was it?
"Yes. My name is Gail.
No.
Your name is Alestain.
No, that.
And your name is Amber.
Oh, wait, how'd you know that? What the fuck?
I've been following you.
It.
I think you'd make good
You said-
allies."
All right. Did you notice we were being followed?
Amber shakes her head. She says, "No, I would have mentioned it."
Say, Gail. You
Yes?
gotta. Listen. You know what? I think you're right. I think we're gonna be great allies. Say, do you know about any like, I don't know, big scores we could make around here?
Have you been to the armory? The weaponsmith
How do you look?
is only kind to those who are kind to their weapons, but she leaves the armory unlocked.
He looks at Amber. He looks back. He says, "You know, I ain't been to the armory.
And you
What do you say we go?"
see Amber kind of is like nodding. She goes, "Yeah, you know what, Gail? Yeah, you know what, Gail? We are friends. We can be allies." And you see Amber like holds out her hand. And she says, "I'm Amber." And you see Gail just looks at her hand and says, "I know. The armory's this way." And she turns and leads you guys off on one of your very first heists as a trio of friends. Unlikely allies abound in this place.
When I was making the characters, I'm pretty sure I included in the notes for Gail that she's a little freak of a girl.
She's really good and cool and cute, and I love her.
Mm-hmm. Also, she's not French. I was making a joke because we said "we" like 3 times.
Oh, oui? Oui?
We?
No. Gail's a little bit autistic, but that's really great for her because same. Anyway, but yeah. We kind of zoom out of this scene as the three of you sneak off to go loot the armory for the first time, perhaps. The sort of budding beginnings of your little trio friendship.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we move from this place back to our back to our current day Alestain, back in the predicament that we left off in last episode.
Oh, I've been scheming, boys. Okay.
I realized
Before-
I just realized I never did a recap for last episode. Is that something that I should do?
You're right.
Before
We can do a recap.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to recap last episode for anybody who might have forgotten, or if maybe somebody wasn't here. We started the session with Alestain telling Dandelion and Feather about the priestess and about the prophecy and about his investigations and about the Revelia. He then told old Cyrus about the priestess, but elected not to mention anything about the prophecy or about the Revelia. And then went to Ambrose's humble abode and had a moment of... He had a big decision about whether or not he could trust Ambrose. And while he initially decided no, was then kind of coerced into it as, after a quick little zone of truth sesh, decided to trust him after all. He told Ambrose about the priestess and about the Revelia, but not about the prophecy. Not yet. And on your way out, he also met Bites, Ambrose and Kaz's charge, a little black kobold who does not make many friends and got his name somehow.
Probably because he bites, I'm going to assume.
You don't know that. And then we ended the session with Dandelion taking you to meet one of the most, if not the most, dangerous woman in Rion, the Queen of Rags, deep within Lowtown. They had an exchange of information where he told her about the priestess in exchange for information about Hecna and the Revelia. And when this deal was done...
Well, I specifically asked for information about Hecna.
I know.
But...
that was my fault, all right? I was so... I was in the moment.
Turns out the Queen of Rags is really generous.
I thought you said the Revelia, but it's fine. My brain was just like,
it's fine.
There's other information. Anyway. And then before you left, or before you could leave, she offered you another deal. She wished to know the priestess's words for information about your good luck charm, the bracelet you found at the orphanage. That was just for you. And that is where we pick up, back in the bowels of the Lowtown. Where
everyone drops loads, dude.
All right.
So I realized shortly after we stopped streaming last time that I had subconsciously misremembered something about actually two things I misremembered about Zone of Truth. First, I think I subconsciously was like, oh yeah, if you lie in Zone of Truth, they know you lied. Wrong. If you resist the check, the saving throw, then they know you resisted, but they don't know for sure if you're lying or telling the truth. They just know that you resisted. So like the whole time I was like, yeah, I can't lie, they'll know. But I'm realizing I could lie. And on top of that, I realized I should have been making saving throws each time, I'm pretty sure.
That's also my bad. I was like, I just assumed that you would elect to fail the saving throw for the truth, but I should have. Yeah, I think that I was like, oh yeah, Zone of Truth, whatever. And then I didn't have the rules up for Zone of Truth and like forgot that there was a saving throw.
It's okay. I don't think he has any problem with everything he told the truth about so far. But here's the thing. I've been scheming. And listen, hear me out, chat. I've already sussed out this Queen of Rags last session. Pretty sure Seth said they don't seem particularly magical.
From what you could discern.
So I was thinking, okay, so maybe their save isn't too tough. And so I was like, well, if I succeed at this save, I could lie and they'd have no reason, they'd have no way of knowing that I lied. And chat, what would be what would be so funny to me is to, right before Alestain leaves the city, to cause a fucking socio-political catastrophe.
Oh no.
So we'll see if I succeed at the save.
Go
but
ahead.
I think it would be really funny because I have some ideas for false information I could feed her that would be very good.
Why don't you go ahead and make that saving throw now? I believe it is a charisma save.
It is, I believe, a charisma save. No, but hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
What if I got advantage on this? Because Dandelion gave me the help action.
So how is she helping you succeed on a saving throw?
Making me feel more confident by grabbing my arm. He's got to be brave for Dandelion. Arguments for why I should have advantage.
Mm-hmm.
1, literally encountered Zone of Truth earlier today.
True.
2, Dandelion's there. 3, you love me? ?
All of those things are true. I don't think you can get advantage through the help action for a saving throw. Is the only thing. So I'm gonna say no. I do love you.
Oh, come on.
But let's get this rolling. Go ahead and make your saving throw.
Boo.
You have high charisma, you bitch.
Well, no, I don't. I have I have a slight plus to it.
Well, that's better than nothing. You don't have negative charisma.
All right, hang on. Gotta blow on the die for good luck. I'm rolling the big die for this one.
Okay.
18.
Interesting.
God, watch that not be enough. Watch that not be enough. Steph's like, you fucking failed. Turns out they have a DC of 20.
You succeed.
Yes! Ooh, I'm causing drama on purpose, boys.
So she knows that you have succeeded.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean he's lying.
She is...
I want to try and pretend and be as stone-faced as possible as to make it seem like even I don't know that I've succeeded.
The problem with this is the whole point...
I want to seem as dumb as possible.
The whole point of Zone of Truth is for her to know that you are giving accurate information. And so...
I don't know that she's giving accurate information.
That's true, but that's not what you agreed to.
Yeah, but I also never agreed to fail my save.
I'll say that she... you're not really sure how she feels. She's kind of stone-faced herself a little bit, but that was something that would have happened at the beginning of this interaction, so that hasn't impacted any conversation that has happened so far. So anyway, we enter back into this moment, and you see she sits on her couch, her 2 tabaxi twins on either side of her. And once again, she says, "This is my offer. The priestess's words for information about your bracelet." What say you?
He squints at her and he says, "And who's to say you ain't gonna pull another fast one on the information, though? I mean,
when you was talking about the Revelia, you said that you never said you had a lot of information. Maybe you don't have a lot of information about this bracelet either.
You see, she kind of shrugs her shoulders and she says, I can tell you something that I know, or you can ask me a question about it if you would like. Whatever it is you would prefer.
I do think on one hand, he normally wouldn't give a shit
Mm-hmm.
About this item just because it's like from his past before he like even like he doesn't necessarily care
Mm-hmm.
what his like who his parents were or what. He just like he doesn't even like consider them on a like daily basis. But
Mm-hmm.
his interest is piqued now that evidently she seems to know something about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that could potentially indicate a motive for Hecna going after him.
Mm-hmm.
So he says,
I gotta give you credit, Queenie. They were right about you. You are sharp as a tack. All right. You're right. We did discuss something kind of important last time. Didn't have to do with her death, don't worry. Ain't swindled you there, but, I just don't think you're gonna be all that interested. After all, it's kind of a dead lead, so to speak.
You have piqued my curiosity.
Says, all right, well, don't say I didn't warn you, but you first. Don't want you backing out of this deal once you realize the information I got's not all that interesting.
Would you like to ask me a question about it? Or would you like me to tell you something?
I mean, you said you knew all about it or whatever. Tell me what you know.
I said I would tell you one thing about it.
That seems like an unfair exchange.
These were the terms that I laid out for you. I will tell you one thing, or you may ask me one question. You
I
need
want to
not?
know everything you know. Come on. You didn't tell me all that much about Hecna. Come on. This would be two raw deals in a row.
You see, she kind of like, she says, there is a few more little things about Hecna that perhaps I know. I tell you...
So you didn't tell me everything you know about him.
You see, she says, I will tell you this and about your bracelet for the priestess's words.
where did Ambrose say it was from? I remember he said it was like from
It was
somewhere.
He said it was Renesian from Rennes.
Rennes, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a good luck charm of sorts.
Yeah. He said that
He's like,
loved ones make them for other loved ones to keep them safe.
I think he relays that to her and he says,
Don't be going trying to like recount that to me, okay? Because I already know that shit.
She says, the information I have is about yours specifically.
All right, fine. Tell me what else you know and that one little fact, and I'll tell you what she told me.
She nods. She says, well, speaking of the Revelia has jogged my memory somewhat. I suppose you would also be interested to know that Hecna has... Well, I have told you about Cicero and about Arachne, but there is another that he considers in part of his repartee, his, I believe he calls them his laugh tenants, or some such nonsense as this.
Laugh tenants.
A woman by the name of Sophie. She is, what I hear, particularly cruel in her experiments.
What was the name?
Sophie.
Okay.
It's not hard to understand why he would keep a woman of her talent close. I hear she has a hand in making some of the other talent you might see around the Revelia. And on top of that, I hear that Hekna, delving into his dark magic, has created 2 pets, as you will. Creations of his own body, monstrous in nature. He parades them around like prize pony, when really they are vicious, deadly, just like
The
him.
parts of him? Like he cut off parts of himself and turned him into... What?
This is what I hear.
I couldn't have had a normal freakazoid take the kids?
You see, she just smiles at you. She says, "This is about the extent of the information I have. The rest is perhaps self-explanatory. No one I know of who has gone has returned. It is not so easy to find, and you will get nowhere in that place that he does not want you to go." Is this...
We'll see about that part.
Is this satisfactory?
Says, all right, I suppose that's a little better.
Good. Now the bracelet. Your question, or shall I decide?
I just don't know that there's anything that I could like
Think to ask.
ask about that like Ambrose didn't already tell me, other than I guess just who made it, who it was from.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure she'd be like, "Oh, it was this person," and then not tell me anything else, because that's how she fucking operates.
You see, so will you ask a
Yeah.
question?
She can just tell me something, I guess.
Okay. You see, she says, "It is interesting to see these things come full circle. I know the person who made that for you. I have not seen them in some time. Rian has a disappearing person problem. Sooner or later, everyone in this city goes missing. Shame. I liked her very much. She was kind. For a thieving genasi, anyway." You see, she says, she kind of points at the ring. She says, "What do you know of it?" You muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. I was muting myself because I was coughing. I mean, he did already recount like what he knew, right? Like he recounted that what Ambrose told him, that
Right.
it was Renesian, and it was like a Genasi good luck charm made for loved ones.
She points at the stone in the ring and she says, "This is Rhydite. Rhydite. It is a curious stone. They say on dark and stormy nights, when lightning flashes in the sky, so too will the stone flash. Very curious. It is only mined in the mithril mines of Rennes. Very expensive. Very, what is the word I'm looking for? Very, it's worth a lot. Valuable, sorry. Very valuable, indeed. And you see that though it's still on your wrist, you haven't let her look at it or anything like that. She recites the inscription. Be brave, but be safe. A nice sentiment. A little too touchy-feely for my tastes, but she was a woman of strong emotion. I can see why she made it for you.
Okay, so who was she?
I think perhaps you already know. You see she smiles. And you feel the weight of the bracelet. You've been wearing it, but you just, in this moment talking about it, you feel it on your wrist. And you see she says, the T stands for Thalia. This is what I know. And she says no more.
Says, and you're not gonna tell me anything else, are you?
I have already told you too much, in fact.
Says,
Any more, and my life could be in danger, you know.
Says, come on, don't be jerking me around like that.
She smiles and she says, don't you know, young Alestain, names have power. You would do well to remember that.
I think he rolls his eyes.
She says, I have upheld my end of our bargain. Now it is your turn.
Says, all right, well, you know what? I guess at the end of the day, you giving me not much to go on kind of matches what I'm about to give you. And, oh, it's time.
Oh, no.
He says, listen, I warned you, it's gonna be a dead lead. Right before she died, turns out the High Priestess was, reaching out to me for a contract.
Is that so?
He says, yeah, turns out she knew a bit more about me than I would have liked. And happened to know that I needed to come into a lot of money real quick. And that I was capable. So she offered me a damn good contract. And I'll be honest, I was considering it. But, well, you know, the contractor cannot pay you when they're not alive. So, but on the other hand, I suppose that means contractor, contractee, confidentiality goes out the window, right?
And what was this contract?
Says, High Priestess knew someone was after her.
Is that so?
Says, unfortunately, details were sparse, and she didn't know too much more than what I've already told you. So, she was contracting me to investigate someone and potentially maybe take him out.
And who was this person of interest?
Here's the question: Do I cut you off there since you kind of cut me off pretty quick, or do I give you a name?
You see, she says, she motions to the zone, and she says, "I have told you everything I can."
He says, sure. He says, you know about that new priest that's taken a place?
Everglow. Of course. She is all in the news.
Yeah. She had a feeling she had something to do with it. But we'll never know. Well, I'll never know.
You see, she kind of like weighs this information. And she kind of like, she doesn't laugh out loud, but her shoulders move, like kind of move a little bit. She says, more to herself, though she does speak out loud. She says, a high priestess dead in her own temple, and an acolyte reaching beyond her station. How close will she get, I wonder, before she realizes she reaches for the sun itself and burns away? This is interesting news. I thank you. Have you any further need of my information? Or will you depart from us?
He says, listen, no offense, Queenie, but if I never see you again, it'll be too soon.
She smiles a very sharp-toothed grin at you. She says, you know where to find me, should you need my assistance again. I look forward to meeting you again. Safe journey.
I mean, did you not hear the things I said about not me? Okay, whatever.
She motions a hand and the door opens. And two guards step in to like escort you out.
Yeah, he heads out.
You depart this place. Dandelion is on edge. She is kind of like, she's got like a vice death grip on your arm. And you see they lead you out, not back the way that you came. You
The way that I what?
You see that they lead you. First of all, shut up. Second of all, you see that they lead you down a tunnel rather than back the way the boat was. They lead you like up through, like it sort of ascends, and you see there's like a ladder to a like a manhole, and one of them climbs, knocks on it, and you see someone above twists, it groans open, and you climb up into the cistern of Lowtown. So you were like below the cistern where like Cyrus's house is, basically. And you climb up through there.
So close.
And then, well, you walk for like a few minutes. And the ladder was quite long, so not,
Oh my god, was it the Metal Gear Solid ladder?
Yeah.
Where like a whole song plays while we're climbing?
That woman starts belting as you're climbing this ladder.
I keep snaking on.
Yeah, that's what happens. Alestain's like, what is this music?
And he's climbing to the beat.
Yeah. Yep. You see Dandelion's following behind you like, I hate this.
He's singing it the whole way. Come on, sing it with me, Dandelion. I keep snaking on.
Dandelion says, I'm gonna bite you if you keep singing. I'm gonna bite you. You ascend, and you see after the two of you exit, they close the heavy hole again, grind it shut, and you are free of this place. Where do you head? You see, Dandelion says, well, you see, she like leads you away a bit, so you're like away from this place, kind of more near old Cyrus's place. She's like, well,
can we like
that was
be
fucking crazy.
Can we be 1,000% sure there are no fucking cats around?
I mean, you can take a look, but this is the city of cats, babe. There's cats everywhere. Although, to be fair, you don't see a ton of them in Lowtown. There's a lot of water down here. They're mostly
he looks
in the upper
for
city.
some really secluded spot where there's like no fucking cats around.
Okay. You kind of dip into a side alley, and you don't see anywhere. Well, give me a perception check.
Is it possible that there could potentially be cats around? Because if there are, this is not the spot.
Yeah, well, roll perception. Find out.
13.
All right. Yeah, you look around, and I don't think that you see any. You don't see any cats.
Did I succeed the check?
You don't see any cats.
All right. Yeah. No. Fuck that. He says, "Not here. We'll talk in a minute, Dandelion." And he specifically leads her to anywhere that's closed off and fully like separate from cats.
Okay.
Not possible for cats to be around.
Okay. There's like an abandoned warehouse that you kind of sidestep into, close the door behind you. There aren't any windows. Seems safe.
Okay. He says, all right, first of all, no more important conversations when there's any chance a cat is around, okay?
She says, do you know where we live?
Says, I know. So whenever you and Feather talk about anything important, make sure you're somewhere really secluded and you're certain there are no cats around. Understand?
She kind of shrugs and is like, yeah, all right. I mean, to be fair, I don't leave my tavern very often, so I guess that's not super hard to do.
He says, they're clearly her eyes and ears, Dandelion.
Did you not see how they was all looking at us?
She says, no, I was too scared. I was, honestly, I don't even fully remember anything that happened in there, to be honest with you. I was just kind of too scared the whole time to focus on anything. There were a lot of cats in there, but I wasn't really focusing on them, you know?
She ain't got eyes and yet was looking at me the whole time. She knew exactly where I was in the room. Plus,
Yeah,
all her
she's
little
creepy.
cat friends was staring directly at me.
Yeah.
Come on.
She's creepy as fuck, I know. That's why I don't like talking to her. She scares the fuck out of me, Alestain.
That's how she knows everything in this city, Dandelion. The cats are her eyes and ears.
Oh. You see, she like looks around. She's like, well, shit. There's a lot of cats in this city. It's like,
He says, I know. So again, anytime you're talking anything important, I'm talking the prophecy, important things about the kids, anything. You do not talk about it around cats. Make sure you let Feather know too.
all right, I will. Well, did you get what you were looking for? You heading out now?
He says, well, it wasn't a lot, but it was something, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Dandelion. I don't know that I'm coming back.
Don't say that. You're coming back. You're gonna find the
Says-
kids, and you're gonna come back, and it's gonna be fine. All right, maybe you'll get your ass kicked finding them, fine. But you'll find them, and you'll come back. You have to.
Alestain, can I really quickly, like, I don't know. So she specifically said that Hecna speaks with I think it was dark forces in the cosmos
Yes.
that grant him power.
Yes. She said that he was born with magic, but it wasn't enough to satisfy him, so he like made a pact or something with some like dark forces, yeah.
Now, could I perhaps make a history or religion or something check to see if I know anything about that from my training?
You can try, yeah. You make either a history or a religion check.
Because if it's other planes, I'm wondering if it's like Fae or something, in which case I'm pretty sure I should get advantage on that because I'm a blood hunter.
You won't get advantage on the check, but you can make a history or a religion check to. I mean, she really didn't. Dark Forces doesn't tell you much. But
See, this is how you get information, chat. See, now I know it doesn't have nothing to do with Fae.
You don't know that.
Well, okay, but if it has to do with Fae, I'm gonna be real cross later.
Make your check.
Oh! Nat 20!
Oh my god. You got a nat fucking 20.
Yes! I'm holding it up to the camera right now. Wait, there.
Yeah, I see it.
I was holding up the 2, but it's a 20.
All right. Okay, great. Good job.
Oh, I know everything about dark forces in the cosmos, baby.
You think about everything that has happened to you over the last few days. You think about everything that everybody said to you, all the new information, everything from your investigation, everything Ambrose has said. And a part of you keeps coming back to two things. The Revelia and the sudden and unexpectedness of it, and the similar unexpectedness of your prophecy. Now, I don't know if Alestain actually believes that in this prophecy or anything like that, but I think that you can't help but keep coming back to the fact that you got a prophecy about fighting some forgotten evil. And then that same day found letters to a mysterious carnival where you believe your friends were kidnapped and taken to.
Yes.
You can't possibly know the nature of these forces, as that is truly not described to you, but I think you just hear...
Not a nat 20?
I think that you are just... I think that you're more and more certain that these things are related.
Damn, I wasted my nat 20. Okay.
What do you want from me?
Telling me things I already know. It's okay. If there's nothing I can learn, then there's nothing I can learn. He says, "Look, were you listening to what she said in that dandelion?
She says,
Be honest with me."
I was trying. I heard some of it.
He says, "Look, whatever this Hecna guy has got going on, he's dealing evidently with some kind of dark cosmos creatures and other planes of existence or whatever the fuck."
You know what? I will say,
Oh,
on a natural 20,
brain blast.
the way she worded it, she said, dark beings in the far reaches of the cosmos. That doesn't sound to you like fae, fiend, undead. That sounds like aberration.
Mm.
Something that you're not trained to know a lot about. Not as much as the other three, but you've definitely heard of them. Twisted creatures from the darkest reaches of space.
We're getting fucking mind flayers, chat. Oh my god, it's Baldur's Gate 3!
I don't know.
Oh my god, the Emperor!
I ain't never heard.
The Emperor!
I ain't never heard of Bald or his gate.
Oh my god, it's all connected. The Emperor took on a new persona, and that's Hecna.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, it turns out this is actually the sequel to Baldur's Gate 3. Surprise, chat.
They're not gonna do it, so I'm doing it. No.
He says, whatever outer cosmos being this Hecna guy is dealing with, be it an aberration or whatever, he's clearly very powerful.
She knows.
You know, at first, I figured I'd squirrel my way in there, get the kids out, bring them back, and everything would be good. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Dandelion, I don't think I can swindle my way out of this one. I think I'm gonna have to confront this guy.
She says, yeah, I mean, if when you find him, there's a way you can get him out without having to fight this guy, I would strongly suggest doing that. But if it comes down to it and you gotta fight him, I mean, I guess just make sure you're ready, right?
He says, I don't think you understand. I don't think I got a choice, Dandelion. He took the kids once. If I get him out of there, what's to stop him from taking them again?
Yeah. I don't know, Alestain. That's real tough. I wish I had something encouraging to tell you, but the whole situation's getting worse by the minute.
He says, that's why I'm saying, I think I'm gonna have no choice but to kill this guy. And frankly, I don't think I got that in me. So, he clearly wants me. He's clearly luring me there. I think I'm probably gonna have to make a trade.
Trade? What, you're gonna give yourself to him for the kids?
Your words, not mine.
Listen, Alestain, just go, all right? Just go and find them and find some way to bring them back without giving yourself up, all right? It's probably... How hard can that be?
Says, well, all right, famous last words, first of all. Don't fucking say that. Second of all, look, you know me. If there's a way, I'm gonna find it, Dandelion. But I'm just saying, hope for the best, expect the worst. Okay? Just look after the kids if I don't come back, okay?
Of course. What the hell you think I've been doing?
Says, all right, now we zip our lips because we're going back out into the street and there's fucking cats everywhere.
She is sad and doesn't want to consider this, but she nods and leaves with you. On your way out, as you're walking, she says, do you want me to come to the docks with you? See you off, or just I can...
Says, sure.
Okay. Well...
Make sure I don't trip and fall and drown on the way out.
She says, yeah. You fucking be doing that all the time. You gotta get new boots. Those bitches be tripping you.
Says, I don't even know that I'm like a strong swimmer or nothing.
She says, you been swimming? She says, I ain't never been swimming. I don't like water. It's too
Says, oh great. So if I drown, you can't pull me out. Great.
She says, well,
big help you are.
I never said I could do any of that. I just said I'd walk you to the fucking docks. You exit this place. Where do you go? Do you make your way to the docks?
Would Feather want to join him with the docs to say goodbye, or I don't know.
I think that you've already said your goodbyes to Feather and Dandelion as well, but she's being insistent about coming with you, so.
Yeah, it's the docks.
As you exit Lowtown, your pocket vibrates.
Oh shit! Oh, this isn't what it looks like, Dandelion.
She goes, "What the hell you got in there?"
No, listen, I swear it's not what it looks like. Listen.
You reach into your pocket and you pull out the small stone that Ambrose had given you. And it continues to vibrate, and you see the runes are lit up.
Mm-hmm.
You take it out and you kind of like press it. And you hear, as you hold it, you hear like in your head, Alestain, hello, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, you're breaking up. Come again?
He goes, Alestain, that is not how this works. He says, then
he goes, woo! Sorry, there's a siren going off right now. Woo, 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 woo.
He says, very funny. You're very, okay. He kind of mumbles under, he's like, I'm already going to regret this. He says, will you?
Whoa, that guy looks real fucking cool, whoever he is. That guy with the dark purple hair looks real cool.
Sorry, I got fans over here, Ambrose. It's getting real noisy.
He's like, what? The fuck is, what? Okay, anyway, just, apparently you're busy, which is fine. But when you have a moment, come to the Central Plaza, out by the docks, just outside the North Gate. I'll just come to the... Okay, goodbye. And it disconnects.
It says, that guy don't know how to have fun, I swear.
Do you go to the plaza?
I mean, I guess he has some timing. I was about to fucking head out.
Yeah. You see that you make your way to the Central Plaza just outside the gates by the docks. Dandelion, by the way, is like, what the fuck was... Okay, actually, I don't care. I was gonna ask, but I just don't care.
He says, oh, it's this new plan I'm on. It's got unlimited minutes. It's a pretty good deal.
She says, I don't know what any of those words mean.
You don't know what most words mean, Dandelion.
She tries to bite you. The two of you banter and finish making your way out the North Gate. You see it, you make your way to the gate, and it's already kind of open as it's letting in people. Occasionally they'll keep it closed and just let people in on like a one-by-one basis, but nothing's really going on today, so it's being left open.
Wait, I have to bring Obi.
Yeah, it's you'll have to pick up your horse from the stables.
Oh my god, do they let horses on the ships? They got it, right?
It depends on the ship, but you'll have to find out when you...
I'm bringing Obi.
You'll have to figure that out when you get there.
I'm gonna check him out on the way to the plaza. I'm gonna pay my 1 gold or whatever.
Okay. You stop by the stables on the way out. Sorry. You stop by the stables on the way out. You see that same, I can't remember if he was an elf or a half elf. But that same blonde man. You see you rock up and when it's been exactly 1 day. And he just looks immediately pissed off that you've returned. And he says,
I'm looking to board another horse. No, sorry. Let me give me my horse.
He says, "Oh, you're picking him up already? You just okay. Whatever.
Yeah, it turns out business sucks in this town. I'm out of here.
You see, he's just like, whatever. He says, that'll be 1 gold, please.
I pay him the 1 gold.
Thank you.
I've given this man enough hell.
He takes it. He retrieves your horse for you. He hands you the reins and does not say goodbye. He promptly turns back around and walks away and is likely going to pretend that you never met him.
Aw, no need to pout, you big wuss.
He does not say anything. He walks away.
He turns to Dandelion on the way out and he says, that guy has a crush on me, you know. But he says it like loud enough that like he's like muttering it, but loud enough for the guy to hear.
Yeah. You see Dandelion like looks at your horse, looks at you, looks at the guy, and she goes, yeah, I see that. Some real sexual tension going on.
He was flirting like crazy last time I was in here, and I was like, buddy, I'm not interested, but you know how those guys get.
And she's like, damn, you guys should get a room. Your horse kind of like nuzzles you and is like trying to get into your bag to look for food.
Do I not have food? Do I have food? I have the cat treats, but I don't think horses eat cat treats.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Your horse is chewing on your like leather belt.
Oh my god.
You see Harry comes out and like sniffs at the horse while it's like next to you.
It says, hey Dandelion, what are the chances I get I get like a bushel of carrots or something?
She points to right next to the stables where they have like baskets of like carrots and like bales of hay and stuff. She says, oh, there's some right there. I'll keep watch.
Try to steal one.
Yeah. Roll me sleight of hand.
With advantage because she's helping?
Sure.
19. Sleight of hand, 21.
You steal a pretty big bushel of carrots and pop that.
Hell yeah.
Pop that right into your bag of holding. And walk away like nothing happened. No, none the wiser.
Once we're out of eye shot, I give Obi a carrot.
He eats it and kind of like whinnies a little bit. It's like,
says what? They didn't feed you in there, Obi? God damn, I'm never bored in there again.
It's only been a day. You're not sure like when breakfast is or anything like that. But yeah, so you retrieve your horse and you make your way to the central plaza. You know this area as it's pretty it's one of these sort of staples of Rion. It's like a point of interest because right outside the north gate is a giant statue of a dragon. It's very popular tourist attraction. It is the statue is like a red color, but you're not sure if that's just like the color they chose or if it's supposed to be a red dragon. No one's really sure. But you see the placard just says Protector of Rion.
Do I know who that is?
Roll me a history check. Or sorry, it says Protector of Kala, not Rion.
I'm not very good at history. Sorry, that was cocked.
That's fine.
That was what?
That was what?
Ooh. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's a 9. I thought it was a 2. 9 flat. I don't have a history modifier.
Okay. You maybe remember something important revolving a dragon in your history course, but nothing that you can really remember. You know he's like, you think it had something to do with like a battle or like maybe a war or something. They gave him a statue for some reason, and that's all that you can really remember. But didn't pay too much attention. And you see standing in the shadow of the dragon statue, you see Kaz leaning up against the statue. You see Ambrose trying to wrangle Bites as he attempts to climb the statue.
Oh.
And you see,
Let him have fun, coach. Let him play.
and you see he turns around and says, then you'll be the one to have to get him down. Bites, come here. And you see Kaz just kind of like has like a little like smile on his face. You approach and you see Bites hears you, whips around to look in your direction, and then like boop, and is like almost like you didn't even see him move. He is in front of you and like gripping onto your leg as tightly as possible. And you see he looks up at you, he goes, friend.
How tall is Bites?
Bites is a solid 2'5".
And he says, that's right. Friend, who we don't bite.
You see he just smiles at you with his big sharp teeth. He goes, I know Bites you. You friend. And you see Dandelion goes, what the hell is that?
He says, I think it's Ambrose and Kaz's kid. They had a biological kid.
She says, I don't know who that is. Is that them?
That's those two.
Okay.
Yeah, that's them. They had a kid together.
Oh.
They're in love.
Neither of them. That's a. Listen, I don't know a lot of creatures, but I'm pretty sure that's like a lizard. Is that a kobold?
Yeah, that's what happens when one of the dads is a goth. It turns into this.
Oh, she goes, oh shit. You see Ambrose approaches you. And he says, thank you for meeting me. How has your day been? I know that it's only been like 2 hours since we spoke, but I thought about what you said, and I thought about our meeting, and I might have been a little too hasty when I said I wouldn't go with you. Now, I'm a man of my word, as always, and when you said, like, pack your bags, like, we're going, I was like, oh, I can't leave. Sorry. I have work to do here, which is really important. And that is true. But, well, I spoke with Cause about it. And you see he kind of leads in and says, not about everything that we spoke about, but just about kind of everything in general. And he brought up a really smart solution. So, I guess just long story short, I've squared away things here for a little while. So if you are still looking for companionship on your journey, we are free to join you.
He says, listen, Ambrose, I also might have been too hasty in inviting you along, because he like looks at Dandelion like while he's trying to find the right words, and he says,
Dandelion is like, who is this twink?
And he looks back at him, he says, I'm starting to think this might be a one-way trip, Ambrose.
You see Bites looks up at you. He goes, what? And Ambrose goes, Bites, why don't you go? Oh, look, the statue's free. And Kaz like opens his eyes and he says, what? And then Bites releases your leg and starts trying to climb the statue again. And Kaz just is death glaring at Ambrose.
Oh no.
And now
you're the dad.
And you see Kaz turns and is looking at the statue and looking at Ambrose. And he just looks at Bites and he goes, stop. And is like trying to, he's kind of half-assing it, trying to like reach. He's like, stop. No.
You can't be a good parent and keep up your mysterious guy vibes.
Just don't do that. Get down from there. Stop it. And so they're kind of preoccupied with that. And you see Ambrose says, look, I was quite truthful and honest with you when I said that I staked my honor on this, and I will continue to be truthful in saying that I'm willing to stake my life on it. It is my duty to find these children. And you have been contracted to find them, and that's all well and good. But it was my burden from the start. Not going with you to find them feels like cheating. It feels like I'm not actually doing anything. I've just told you to go do something that I said that I would do myself. And I won't be a liar or a coward. So, if you say it's a one-way trip, I say fine. Take me along.
Says, Ambrose, just because I'm may go missing, don't mean you gotta go missing too. He explains everything he learned about Hecna specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And says, this guy, he's real goddamn powerful. I thought I was just gonna swindle the kids out from underneath his nose, but even if I could, there's nothing to stop him from taking them back. I'm gonna have to confront this guy. And he's clearly after me. I'm what he wants. Not you, not the kids, nothing else. He wants me. So there's no reason for you to go missing too.
You see, he nods, considers everything that you've told him, and he says, well, you won't win by yourself. It sounds like you're going to need some help.
Says, I don't think there's any winning here, pal.
He says, I understand that people consider me an optimist, and somehow I keep collecting pessimism. And you see he turns and like looks over at Kaz, who is still just like, he's like holding Bite's foot, so he like can't climb any higher, as Bites is like desperately trying to get up on this statue. He says, I seem to attract pessimism somehow. It must be a character flaw, I don't know. But don't you want a chance? Alone, I agree you will not succeed. But together, we may have a chance.
Says, look, if you're dead set on this, I can't stop you. I'm just telling you, know what you're signing up for. Besides, who's gonna have access to your extensive library if you come with me?
You see he smiles kind of deviously, and he leans forward and he says, well, I've taken it upon myself. He says, well, one of the court wizards actually owed me a favor, and so I took this opportunity to cash that in. So, no one's going to notice that I'm missing, because I won't be missing. Well, a part of me won't be missing. I've created a simulacrum, as it were, of myself to perform my regular duties here in the city while I'm away. So the council doesn't lose their historian advisor, and I'm free to traipse the world with you, as it were.
Damn, bro set up an email reply bot for his work.
Literally.
He says, but what if I need access to your extensive library though? Like that was the whole point of you staying here, right? You were the man in the chair?
He says, well, my simulacrum will have access to my libraries.
All right. Okay. And he takes a step back from Ambrose, and he says, but I need to see what you got. I need to know you can handle yourself.
You see he, like, blushes a little bit, and he says, what? You need... Huh?
As he starts blushing, Alestain raises his fists, and he says, hit me.
You see Ambrose... You see Kaz slowly turns his head, and is, like, still trying to keep Bites from this thing, but is now intensely more focused on what's happening over here. And you see he's looking at Ambrose with his eyebrows up, and Ambrose says, I'm sorry, what?
Says,
You want to face this all-powerful being? I need to know that you can handle yourself. I mean, you don't look like you're much of a magic user, so...
He says, I don't look like much of a magic user.
Says, well, you had to use a scroll for a zone of truth.
He says, Zone
That's
of
like-
Truth is a very complex spell, first of all. And second of all, it's something that usually only clerics and people of the clergy have access to. So I'm very sorry if I'm not religiously inclined. But, he says, my magic comes from knowledge, from my collection. I said I wasn't a big fancy wizard, and I'm not, but that doesn't mean I'm useless. I have a wealth of spells that I could cast.
Says, all right, throw a fucking fireball at me or something.
All right, not fireball. Fireball is very advanced evocation magic, but I can still help. Watch. Okay, oh god, I wasn't prepared for this. Hold on.
All right, fine. Throw fucking fire spurt at me. Whatever you can muster. Come on. Chop, chop.
Give me just 1 second to open something. You see, Kaz is just like watching the two of you and is less kind of like bored watching and now is more like, what's happening here? Are you gonna fight? Like, you see,
Roll initiative. Are we fighting?
do you want to, what is your intent with this? How far are you wanting to take this?
We're squaring up. I gotta know what he's capable of. I'm not drawing my sword or anything, but I need to know what he's capable of.
So not a fight to the death, but okay, yeah, roll initiative.
Okay.
You see, Ambrose is like, okay, fine. I can cast magic.
17.
Okay.
Initiative.
You will go first.
Oh. Okay. So like he for sure is gonna cast something and attack me with it?
Yeah, he looks like he is, well, you're not sure if he's gonna attack you, but he looks like he's readying like a spell.
Okay. I'm going to, what should I do that could be unarmed? Should I try to grapple him, chat? I'm also kind of have just been dying to like
Combat.
do something with myself.
Mm-hmm. You see, Dandelion takes the horse and is like, I'll be over here, and like leads Obi away.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make an attack action, but to grapple him, so that he can't cast his little fancy magic.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Oh my god. What am I even... Wait, am I not supposed to... Oh, are you just rolling to hit, like, his armor class? That hits.
You have to then do an contested strength check with me.
Oh, that's not gonna go well. That's not gonna go well at all. Yeah, no. He got an 11.
15.
Yeah, you grapple him. You fully walk up and like wrap him up, and you see, he's like, he's like trying to cast a spell, and then you like hug him really tight, essentially, and he's just like his face turns around.
I think what happens, he like raises his hand to cast his spell, and Alestain like instinctively like raises his hand and like pulls it down and like tucks his arm underneath his arm and like pulls his like head back and like has him in like a chokehold.
You see, he's like, I don't, all right, now when you're grappled, damn screen, I'm trying to remember everything that happens when you are grappled, so that, is it, you can't cast?
You can't do anything with somatic components because you can't move. And I think he puts his hand over his mouth so he can't like speak.
Okay.
So if
yes.
it doesn't have those components, he can still cast it, or he can, I think, use his turn to try and break free.
That's right. Right. The creature's speed becomes 0. Can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Condition.
You'd think he'd be happy when a man touches him. Yeah, this is everything he's ever wanted. Fucking Alestain's like touching him a whole bunch.
The only thing grappled says is that their speed becomes 0.
Yeah?
They're not incapacitated in any way. It's just that...
Yeah, no, he's not incapacitated. He can still, like, fight back. He can still, like, punch me and shit.
But I'm saying I don't see anything about it saying no somatic components. The definition of grappled just says the creature's speed becomes 0 and it can't benefit from any bonuses to its speed.
Oh, he can still move his arms even though I have him pinned?
Oh, it says you have disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the grappler. The grappler can drag or carry you, but it costs extra movement. Yeah, you just can't. Your speed is 0.
Oh yeah, I just googled it. You technically can still do somatic, but he covers his mouth, so he can't do verbal.
All right. I'll allow it. What? Fuck, there are truly not a lot of spells that don't have a verbal component. Oh god, most of these are fucking verbal. Oh my god. Oh no, this is not gonna go well. Oh no. You see that he like gets mad because you said like show me a spell and then prevented him from doing so. And so he's just like, well, he pulls out a dagger and tries to stab you with it.
Oh my god!
Like
I was doing unarmed strikes.
Yeah, well, all right. We'll say that he
I mean, that's fine.
He'll try to punch you.
Insane.
He's like mad that you have prevented him from doing the thing that you asked him to do, and is like, and so I think he's just gonna try to punch you.
Okay.
Yeah, he has disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the grappler, so he still rolls normally to you. Although, the funny thing about this is his strength, even if he hits, he's not gonna do any damage. So you've really put him in a predicament here.
I think while he's struggling, Alestain's like, come on, Ambrose, I'm an otherworldly being, got magic the likes of which neither of us could possibly hope to comprehend. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, truly, if he tries to hit you, it won't do anything, and he cannot cast magic, so the only thing he can think to do is stab you with a dagger.
All right.
I think he's just really flustered and like not really thinking about how this is going to go. And you see that he reaches for the dagger on his side, and you see Kaz's eyes get really big as he's like watching this happen. And you see Bites has paused trying to climb the statue, and they're both just watching you like, what?
He's got to know if Ambrose is capable of fighting, and right now it seems like Ambrose is not capable of fighting.
What's your armor class?
16, I think. Hang on. Yes, 16.
Yep, he stabs you in the leg.
Okay.
You take... Let's see. You take 3 damage. 3... piercing damage as he stabs you in the thigh.
All right.
And it's now his turn, so he gets to attempt to break the grapple.
Wait, I think that's a separate action though.
Oh, is it? Well, then he's gonna...
Yeah, grappled creature can use its action to escape.
Okay, I think that he... didn't think about trying to get free because he was so flustered, so decided to stab you in the leg instead. But then afterwards sort of realized that that was really extreme and drops the dagger.
Well, no, the dagger's in my leg now.
Well, no, he like stabbed you and pulled it out.
No, fuck that. I'm keeping it in my leg. I grab his hand with my hand and I keep it in there. It's like, this is my dagger now.
Oh my god. What the fuck? I don't think you can do that. You cannot move when it is not your turn.
Boo.
Those are the rules, bitch. That's how we play this game. All right. Anyway, now it's your turn again.
I think Alestain says, ow, fuck! And then socks him in the jaw.
How? You have him in a headlock.
He lets go of him in a headlock and just fucking socks him in the jaw.
Ooh. Roll?
19.
Ooh, that hits. Okay. What's the damage on that?
3 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, buddy.
And after he does that, he uses his movement to just step back and look down at his bleeding leg and look back up at Ambrose and say, all right. I guess you got moxie.
You see, Ambrose is like really flustered. His whole face is beet red. And he's like, why did you do that? You told me to cast a spell. I was going to cast a spell. Sorry? He says, I recognize now I shouldn't have stabbed you, and that was pretty extreme, but you scared me.
I think Alestain's actually grinning right now.
He's like impressed.
And yeah, he takes some of that gauze from his bag and just quickly wraps up his leg so he doesn't get blood everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, all right, fine. You can come along.
You see he's like cradling his jaw where you punched him. And he goes, bitch, all right. And you turn and look, and Kaz is like, he's just like laughing at the two of you. He bites his cum down, and he's like holding him like a sack, like under his arm. And Kaz is just like, and you see Amber turns around and goes, what are you laughing at? Come heal me, you bitch. My jaw hurts. And Kaz,
I love how Alestain got stabbed.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ambrose gets punched in the jaw, and he's like, I need healing.
Yeah. You see Kaz like rolls his eyes, and he like motions for the two of you to like come over. He's like, come here.
He says, Alestain raises a hand and it's like, I don't need it. He says, Ambrose, they're gonna be a lot crueler than that where we're going.
He says, I know.
I needed to know you had it in you.
But I thought we were friends. I didn't want to hurt my friend.
Said, we're sparring.
He said, you're not going to attack me like that, are you? Because I don't want to stab you again.
Yeah, well, just don't annoy me and I won't. And he smirks again.
He says, okay, sorry. And you see Kaz says, come here. And Amber's like walks up to him. There's like already a bruise.
I made a twink cry today, boys.
And you see Kaz doesn't seem like mean or like rude. He's just really quiet and like doesn't say much. And you see he kind of like reaches out and like brushes the back of his hand down where Ambrose has a bruise, and there's like a brief flash of light, and it heals over and goes, there, now stop crying. Your face looks, he says, you're ugly when you cry. And Ambrose says,
oh my God.
Ambrose says, I know. But yeah.
Also, Alestain is not a twink, Lux. How fucking dare you? I will, I think he turns to Dandelion and he's just like, "Jeez Louise, I can't believe I'm considering taking these people with me."
Dandelion says, yeah. Dandelion says, yeah, that's a choice that you've made. Anyway, are you leaving now? Where, the boats are that way. Are you taking all of those people with you? And you see Ambrose turns around, and he says, yes, we're all coming. Let's go.
He says, whoa, wait, what? You said you wanted to come along.
He says, well, yes, but me implies my retinue as well. I can't leave Cause behind, and who's going to look after Bites?
He says, you're willing to endanger them too?
He says, well, I'm going to ask Niobe and Hope if they will watch after Bites while we are away. So he'll just be coming with us for the airship ride, likely. And then he says, he turns back to Kaz and he goes, but Kaz! He kind of leans forward. He says, I can't leave Kaz alone in this city. He must come with us.
Can I, like, I don't know, size up Kaz to see if I can figure out, like, what kind of class of fighter Kaz is?
Yeah. Well, no.
I don't know what I would roll, I guess insight or something?
No. This is information you already have. Old Cyrus told you that Ambrose travels, or
yeah.
Old Cyrus told you that Ambrose's apprentice is a cleric of soul.
That's right. That's right. I remember being like, this dude's a fucking cleric.
Yeah.
It's just, I think my brain blocked it out because my brain was like, that dude's too fucking angsty to be a cleric.
Yeah.
We have Christian TFR as a cleric, boys.
Okay. I wouldn't go that far. You don't know just because he doesn't talk that much. That's a harsh accusation. Keep that to yourself.
He says, all right, but I'm calling the shots, okay? And he says as he looks at Kaz.
Kaz nods. He says, honestly, I'm just here because Ambrose said I had to come, so whatever you want.
Said he had a what? Sorry. God, Ambrose, I can't believe you make you a fucking manservant do that. Ugh.
Ambrose punches you in the shoulder. You see Kaz like laughs a little bit. And then he says, wait, I'm sorry, did you say manservant? Kaz says apprentice.
Says, I hope you know, again, this could very well be a one-way trip.
You see Kaz kind of shrugs. He says, it wouldn't be my first one-way.
He says, all right. He turns to Dandelion. He says, I guess we're out of here then, Dandelion. But first, and he fishes that stone of far speech.
Mm-hmm.
And he hands it to her,
Mm-hmm.
and he says, Ambrose here has the other one. Remember, unlimited minutes.
She says,
we can talk all you want.
I don't know what that means. What is this? She tries to bite it.
He says, Ambrose, tell her she's stinky in the stone.
No. Who is this woman? I'm not going to... No, what?
He says, come on, do it. It'll be funny.
No. He says, oh, you're going to give it to... I suppose it would be smart to keep someone in the city who has the other one. All right, here. And then he hands you his, and he goes, you hold on to it.
He says, Dandelion, you stinky.
She goes, ah! Where did that come from? How did you do that?
Dandelion, I am the little man inside the rock.
She looks down at the rock. How did you get in there?
I know a lot of things, Dandelion. A lot of things. I'm an all-seeing rock.
The power. And she goes, I don't like this rock.
From now on, Dandelion, you have to take showers regularly.
No.
If you do not take showers regularly, the kids will never come back.
She goes, damn it. Well, I guess the man in the rock says I have to. Fuck. She looks at you and she says, I don't like that you gave me this rock. Fuck you. Take it back.
Says, no, you gotta keep it. It's the all-seeing rock.
All right. She like stows it. She goes, but I don't like it.
He laughs at her and explains how it works.
She goes, oh. Fuck you. And she tries to bite you again. She goes, all right. Well, she goes, I feel like this is an extended goodbye. I got Rayon will be fine. We'll be fine until you come back. All right? Don't die out there. She looks at Ambrose and she goes, I don't know about them, but you don't die out there. You come back. And you see,
says, oh, don't worry. I'll make sure they die out there, but I won't. Don't worry.
you see Ambrose goes, oh, so rude. And you see Kaz is just like, all right. And she goes, all right, well, I gotta get back to the tavern, but good luck. I guess I'll talk to you later.
He hugs her goodbye.
Yeah, she hugs him. She squeezes him really, really tightly, and then she lets go. She goes, okay, bye. Yeah.
She's like stomach height for him, so like
Yeah.
her squeezing him is like it's like almost sending his lunch.
Back up, yeah. Ugh. She goes, huh. Okay, anyway, bye. She skitters away. So Dandelion departs. You are left with your horse. Ambrose, Kaz, and Bites are kind of like huddled together still. And then you see all of them kind of walk up to you and are like, all right, like, so are you planning on taking a boat or an airship? Or I figure Niobe and Hope could probably give us a ride. They have been kind of fiending to help in some way, and they have an airship, so it's like, you know, kind of the perfect opportunity for them to help.
He looks at Obi and he says, "Can horses go on airships?"
You see Ambrose looks at the horse and says, oh, I didn't know you had a horse. But I suppose that makes sense. You see, he says, it depends on the vessel, if it's big enough to carry, you know, to house a horse. The Jewel of Rion is luckily for you, a cargo holder. So yes, it should be able to fit a horse. Although, if your horse has never been on an airship before, he maybe won't like it that much, depending on his constitution. So that'll be fun to deal with, but nonetheless, he should fit fine.
I think Alestain looks at Obi and he's like, "Come on, you made it tough stuff, right? You can handle an airship." Like I think in his mind he's like, "Come on, these are horses that are ridden by blood hunters. They're around monsters all the time. He can probably handle it."
Yeah. Obi is a horse and does not respond. But he looks up.
He pats him on the side and says, "Come on, boy, you can handle it, right? Right?" He's like trying to get him to go.
Yeah, he kind of like and like stamps his foot.
And he looks back at Ambrose and says, "See, he can handle it."
Ambrose kind of looks at the horse and
Wait,
looks back at you.
Did I ever find out if Obi was a boy or a girl horse?
He's a boy.
Okay.
We had this
Obi's a girl the
discussion.
whole time, but I'm calling him a boy.
We had this discussion in the first episode. Yeah, Ambrose looks at you and looks at the horse and he's like, "It's your horse. That's completely up to you." And then he goes, "And in the future, if you would like to test my mettle, let me cast some spells or something, alright? I am good in a fight, just not close combat, okay? I never said I was good at that. That's what he's for."
He says-
and he motions to Kaz, and Kaz says, I mean, I guess I can cast spells too, though.
Says you had your chance. You raised your hand and everything. What do you think the baddies are gonna give you ideal circumstances?
He's like,
Listen. And he
No.
pats his leg and attempts not to wince. I'm gonna roll a Constitution save to see if I can prevent myself from wincing as I pat my leg.
okay, why would you do that?
I rolled a 16. Is that enough to prevent myself wincing?
I guess, yeah. Keep a stone face.
I grit my teeth. Alestain grits his teeth, and he says, "Listen." He pats his leg and he says, "You did good. All right. You fought dirty, and that's how you have to fight out in the field."
You see, Amber says, fine, but I don't want to stab you again. At least, don't make me do that.
Is I don't know. They might not give you a choice. Maybe I'm
Just
gonna
stab-
get possessed. And he raises his hands and like wiggles his fingers spookily.
You see Ambrose rolls his eyes and he says, well, that's what Kaz is for. And you turn to Kaz and Kaz says, and I'll stab you and I won't feel bad about it.
Says, see, he's got the spirit.
And you see Bite says, stab, stab, stab. And has picked up.
That's right. Stab, stab, stab.
He's picked up Ambrose's dagger that has your blood on it and is going, stab, stab, stab.
It's like, I like this kid.
You see Kaz says, put that away. And Bites goes, okay. Amber says, all right, well, regardless, the aerodrome is this way. And he starts walking in the direction of the tall aerodrome tower.
My horse gonna be able to ascend a tower?
There's an elevator. There's a lift.
Okay.
There-
Horse
There's a
elevator!
lift.
Yeah!
You see you arrive. So it's like a lot of
He tucks him into the elevator and he's like, all right, Obi, be a good boy, hold still, and I'll meet you at the top, okay?
well, no, it's like a big like platform that like you walk, like gates open and you walk onto it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like big enough for like a bunch of people to ascend.
Oh, okay. I thought it was specifically a horse elevator.
No. You see this tower is really tall. You can see up high in the sky, airships are docked kind of around the circumference of it. And there's a lot of open archways for people going in and taking the stairs up. But there's elevators on the outside for large groups of people and animals and cargo to be loaded and unloaded. You see,
Gotcha.
you all step onto the elevator and go up. You get a really good view of the city from up here. This tower is like, you're almost like you can see Providence from the top of this tower.
Okay.
You reach the top, and you see Ember says, all right, I don't know where oh, there they are. And you turn. Give me a perception check. With advantage, because Ambrose is kind of pointing it out to you.
Okay. Perception 15.
Okay. You see, you can see
I'm
all.
actually not rolling half bad this session.
Yeah. You see all of the like gates, as it were, for all the airships that are docked, and you see in one of the nearby gates, it's open so you can see the ship beyond, and it's like the ship is docked in such a way that there's windows all around so you can see the entire ship, and you see a really big, well, it's actually not as big as you were expecting, being a cargo ship. It looks not that much bigger than just a passenger vessel. You probably think it's made for like efficiency. Like it can hold a good number of stuff, but it's also smaller, so it's faster. And you see on the front of the ship, like a boat, is a topless mermaid. Like statue carving with just massive fucking titties.
Hell yeah.
And on the side of the ship in like gilded letters, it says the Jewel of Rian.
boob ship, boob ship, boob ship.
And you see Ambrose goes, that's the one. And you all begin to make your way towards it. You see, you arrive.
Alestain resists the urge to do that that one Jay Schlatt clip that went viral where he's like,
nice
beautiful tits and rack.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. Alestain definitely knows who Jay Schlatt is.
Yeah. He's his favorite streamer.
Of course. You see that you arrive out onto the platform where the airship like loads. You see Niobe and Hope, who you had seen previously speaking to Ambrose and Killian outside of the orphanage. Niobe, this white hair, gray blue skin, bright eyes, tattooed woman of sort of nondescript race, slightly pointed ears, but again, you're not sure what's going on there. And then Hope, a red-skinned tiefling woman with kind of slick back dark purple hair and her sort of delicately curved horns. You see that they are sort of standing in front of their ship and having like a mild conversation. And you see Hope turns and sees you approach, and they both kind of stand at attention. And you see Niobe goes, Ambrose, what are you doing here? What's is that a horse?
He says, hey, whoa, watch it. This is the kid finding horse.
You see that they look at each other, and you see Hope goes, a child finding horse?
He says, yeah, here you do, y'all got a problem with missing children?
You see that they sort of skeptically look at Ambrose and back to you. And you see Niobe is like, yeah, what about it?
Says, well, I'm the guy what's gonna find them.
You see Hope goes, oh, you've been contracted to help find the children? You see Niobe goes, what? They hired you to find them? He says, what do you fucking care about some missing kids?
He flashes the little badge thing on his belt. And he says, consider me a very interested party.
You see Hope kind of tilts her head and kind of looks you over, and she says, well, he does look quite capable. And Niobe's like, yeah, I guess so. And you see Ambrose steps forward and says, he's with me. This is, and you see he kind of looks at you in a moment of like, do I tell them your real name? Or, he says, this is...
He shrugs and said, name's Alestain. Try not to laugh.
You say that and they both look at each other like, why would we laugh? Okay. She's like, you see Amber says, this is Alestain. He's well, we're all going to, well, it's we need a ride, essentially. And you see Niobe kind of perks up and steps forward, and she goes, you got a lead. Tell me what you know. Actually, she looks at her and she goes, get on. We'll talk on the way. Where are we going? And Hope says, well, darling, perhaps we should get some more information about this before we start to... And Niobe says, no, we're leaving now. You got a lead on where my kids are? We're leaving now. And Hope says, all right. The captain says we're leaving now. And you see she, like, starts, like, she claps and she goes, all right, fucking get the sails. I guess we're leaving.
You got like a stable for Obi here, by the way. He is coming. Like, I wasn't joking about that.
You see Niobe is like walked towards the front of her ship, and she goes, "Yeah, I'll open up the hold. You can put him in cargo." And you see Hope says, "All right, this way." You see three other girls three more women exit from inside the ship and are like, what the fuck is going on? We're leaving? And you see Hope says, like, Niobe seems very, like, hard-headed and impulsive, and and Hope is sort of like, go with the flow, like, I'll just kind of fix things as they're happening. And so Niobe's, like, preparing the ship to, like, depart, and, you see a woman comes out with blue skin, sort of like little fins for ears. She's wearing some like half plate. And another woman, a human woman, long slick black hair, kind of olive complexion, and an interesting a race that you've not seen much of at all during your life. You've seen them before, but not often. But you see a furbolg woman, like 6'5", 6'7", extremely tall, long robes. She's got like leaves and flowers like entwined in her like pinkish white hair. And she says, "Are we leaving? We've only just got back." And you see Hope says, yes, we're leaving. We have some passengers, and Bergamot, will you put that horse in the cargo, please? And you see the
Bergamot?
Bergamot. And you see the furbolg woman goes, "Oh, a horse, of course. Right this way, friend." And you see,
oh my god, chat's gonna love a large woman named Bergamot.
You see that she approaches your horse, and the horse like Obi like immediately takes to her. She's like very large but also very gentle and like kind, and she seems to be like murmuring like soft like phrases to the horse, and is like, "Right this way, friend." And you see she turns to look at you and she says, "Don't fear, your horse will be below. I will keep him company."
He hands her the bag of carrots and says, "Here you go. They're his favorite."
She says, "Oh, thank you. That is very kind." And you see, a part of the floor, like slides back, and there's like a platform, and you see she leads the horse onto the platform, and it lowers into the ship, and the top slides shut. You think
He has descended.
He has descended. And you see the human and the water genasi woman are kind of like scrambling around, like pulling on sails and like trying to like get the ship ready to depart, like not really certain what's going on, but they listen to their captain. And you see Hope goes, "I'm sorry about Niobe. She can be brash sometimes, and I'm sure you understand. Our daughters are missing, and it's any lead on where to find them is, you know, we're a bit starved for information. So I please forgive her if she's rude. She doesn't mean to be mean. She's just, we've been through a lot."
He says, "No worries," and he flashes a smirk at Ambrose, and he says, "I can also sometimes be a little bit brash."
You see Ambrose like rolls his eyes. He's like, "Yeah, I'll fucking say." And you see Kaz like, you see Kaz.
I think Alestain in his head is just like, he's like celebrating a little bit because he's like, I finally found a way to get under this guy's skin.
You see, Bites is now like piggybacking on Kaz, and Kaz is just standing there like, so where are we going? And you see Hope says, let us depart, and then point Niobe in a direction, and we'll talk about the destination on the way. She says, "Feel free to wait over there. It'll just be a minute." So a few minutes go by of them like kind of preparing the ship and everything. You see like a dock mat, like an like a dock master, but for the aerodrome, runs up and is like, "Oh, you're departing? I have you on the schedule for." And Naomi says, "We're leaving." And the dock master says, "Okay, and then she like.
I think Alestain matches that energy. He's like, "Yeah, we're leaving. Obviously, open your eyes."
And the dock master's like, okay, all right, there's, all right." And you see the bridge that was connecting the ship to the dock like closes in his face, so he's like can't like get onto the ship. And
Alestain specifically thrives in chaos, so like all this hustling and bustling is making him laugh a lot. So he's just like, "Yeah, open your eyes. We're out of here. We need an opening now. We need an opening yesterday."
yeah, I truly think Niobe and Alestain are gonna be crazy together. But so yeah, after a few minutes of this, you feel the ship like rock as it like departs the dock. And it slowly makes its way around the tower and starts to descend or ascend off into the sky. And I will change our scene to match. You see, after you've all sort of been situated, you see Niobe shouting things at Hope, like, "Gaining altitude!" and, like, shit, like, they're, like, there's, like, a bunch of, like, airship shit that, like, doesn't mean anything to you.
While they're doing all this, I assume, like, me and, Alestain, Kaz, Ambrose, and Bites are all kind of just, like,
Yeah, you're
standing there, right?
You're sort of hanging out while they, like, get the ship to a place where it's safe to, like, leave it alone for like a little bit and like talk.
While they're doing that, I think Alestain leans against like one of the banisters or something, and he says, "Say, Ambrose, I got a question for you."
You see Ambrose is like kind of overwhelmed, but he goes, yeah, of course. What's up?"
I think Alestain sees like how like stressed out he is, and he's like trying to like help him calm down a little. He actually pulls a cigarette out and he lights it by snapping his fingers, and then he pulls a second one and he offers it to Ambrose, and he says, "You partake?"
He says, he says, "That's very kind of you, but I only smoke hookah."
Says, "All right, fancy." Takes a long drag. "So, you work for the council, right? Do a lot of work for them?"
He says, he nods. He says, "I sure do."
"What all do they have you do? As what were you again? You were an
Historian.
advisor on history."
Yes, I know quite a bit about the history of, well, the world, but also I know a good deal about magic and other sorts of things like that. Why? Is there something you wish to know?
Takes a long drag again. He says, "You ever get any kind of look in on the bigger contracts that they send out?"
He nods. He says, yes, I depending on the contract, sometimes they'll actually have me draft them. Sort of part of my duties, I suppose."
Says, "Oh, that's perfect. Listen, there was a real big contract that was sent out a while ago up to Dragonhold. You mind telling me what was on that contract?"
Dragonhold, the Blood Hunter stronghold.
"Yeah, that's right. The very same."
Yes. Yeah, I recall. Let's see. He says, "Well, it was a little while ago, but something about something about more people than usual going missing in the Valley of Endless Storms. And I believe, oh, that's right. The Archaeologists Guild. they send expeditions into the Sand Sea, into the Valley of Endless Storms, just to uncover, anything that they can find. History is sort of their forte as well. And I believe that they uncovered an old, they described it as sort of like a fortress, but I believe it was more like a temple. They described seeing snake-like iconography, which is very, very intriguing. And then they said that before they could delve any deeper into unearthing this amazing find, they were certainly attacked by a giant monster. They described it as like a giant snake with 3 heads. So something I've not really sort of, if I had to guess, I would say it sounds very similar to a sand hydra, which used to be quite common in Kala. However, they went extinct, or we believed them to have gone extinct. So, quite interesting to find one, if it is that.
What did he call it?
A sand hydra.
Sand hydra. Also, thank you, Lambeth, for the raid.
Oh. Thank you
Welcome
for the
in, Lambeth and Raiders.
Welcome.
Would that find that they had, do I think that might have been that very same like structure that I saw in the Sand Sea on the way into
No.
Rion?
So the thing that he's saying, it was in the Valley of Endless Storms, first of all. Oh god, that's so loud.
Very loud.
Hold on. There we go. Sorry. First of all, he said it's in the Valley of Endless Storms, not the Sand Sea. And secondly, what you...
little bit north.
Yeah. What you saw was the ruins of the city Quartzite, or of what used to be the city of Quartzite.
Okay. So a separate location we haven't seen yet.
Yes.
And there was a sand hydra in there. Okay.
Yes. You see, Amber says, the speculation is that it was sort of guarding this structure, whatever it was. Again, snake iconography in the middle of the desert kind of sounds like a temple to me. Kala used to have a lot of snake deities that were sort of worshipped here a long time ago, like pre-fall. Although not that we have much information from that time, which is actually kind of my area of expertise, the fall. But anything pre-fall is kind of just hard to know about in general. But I do know that pre-fall, just from the things that we found alone in Kala, strongly suggests that the people here all worshipped sort of snake-like deities.
I assume that he seems like he's maybe calming down a little bit.
Yeah, you think
as
that
he's like explaining things.
You think that talking about his interests is making him feel better and is like making him less focused on like what's happening around him and more just like about the stuff that he likes to talk about.
All right. Says, what do you think's in there?
Oh, well, I do have a couple of theories. Now, I can't know for sure, right? But Sand Hydra is crazy because one, we thought they were extinct, and two, they typically
do sand hydras like ring any bells from like studying monsters back at Dragonhold?
It's not a Fey Fiend or undead, so it wasn't something you necessarily heard about. You've heard about general monsters that live in the Valley of Storms and also in the Sand Sea. You know that like giant sandworms, and you know there are like dust mephits, and there's talk of like snake people that potentially live in the Sand Sea, but some people are also like not certain if they are like from Kasir, but they like bleed out into the sand sea. So there's a lot of like different monsters. You might have heard of a sand hydra before, but they are thought to have been extinct. So you probably have only heard about it in like a history book. It's essentially
Okay.
a hydra, but sand
He doesn't know
instead
much
of
about
water. Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you see Ambrose says, well, the thing is that they're not really known to be like guardians. They're more solitary. They like to sort of hide in the sand and ambush people. They're not really like, like protectors. So if it's just protecting this tomb or temple or whatever it is, quite interesting. I'm not sure. There could be any number of creatures in there, to be honest with you. I'd be quite interested myself to learn more about it, but alas, we did not have the resources to investigate it ourselves, and so thus a contract was drafted.
Well, you said it likes to lay traps and ambush people. Maybe it just knows that adventurers tend to go dwell down there, and it's perfect ambush territory.
That's true, although the structure was recently uncovered, so I'm not certain. Or at least recently uncovered by us. I suppose other people traveling could have found it previously, but this is the first that we've ever heard of it.
Well, if there's one thing I know about a big score, it's that you don't tell nobody till you got it secured.
That's fair enough.
It's interesting.
Sorry I don't know more about it. That was just sort of all of the relevant information for the contract.
Says, no. You told me more than I knew.
Is there a reason that you're curious? How do you know about that? Oh, wait, no. I asked you about it. You asked me about it. Wait, what just happened? He's already confused.
He's going back to being frazzled. Calm down, calm down. No.
He says, it's nothing. Friend of mine happens to be someone who was taking that contract.
Oh, you're friends with blood hunters?
I'm friends with a lot of people. I thought you would have figured this out by now.
I suppose that makes sense. You do seem to have an interesting repertoire of people that you speak with.
Says, I make friends with people who know how to get things done, Ambrose. Hey, lucky you made the cut.
He says, oh, I'm flattered. And you see Kaz, like, rolls his eyes. But yeah, so
he fully has not told Ambrose that he's a blood hunter.
No. Yeah, Ambrose fully just thinks that you're kind of like an edgy, like, bounty hunter, essentially.
That's what he is. What do you mean?
You see, it's been a little while now, and the ship has sort of started to crest and is now sort of like keeping level at an altitude. And you see Niobe call, all right, we can talk now. Tell me which way to go. Where are we going? What's happening? What information do you have?
What's happening? Where are we? Who am I?
Yeah. And Hope says, calm down, Niobe. Let them one question at a time. It's all right. And
so something that I'm sure Alestain would know that I don't personally know. The Valoran Wood, is that like fully unsettled? Like no civilization is in the Valoran Wood?
No. So the Valoran Wood is a really big country. It's basically like just a big magical forest. It was originally settled by elves, and was considered like an elf-like country. But then it sort of the wild magic there became so dense, and like the mist became so like dense that people stopped.
We can't dock there, can we?
No. So,
Okay.
yeah. So, there are no aerodomes there. There are a few small human cities that you know of. And you know that there are some more secluded elf cities as well. But
So I assume the closest place we could touch down would be in
Is
the
Lavian.
Lavian Empire, like we thought.
you see, yeah. So you see Ambrose says, well, if our destination is the Valoran Wood, then I suggest we stop somewhere in Lavian. He says, well, actually, I would like to stop by Ivywood, if at all possible, and see if I can't check in on Yavanna, or what is left of her, or her estate. I feel perhaps we will find some sort of information at her residence in Ivywood. And you see Niobe says, Ivywood doesn't have an aerodrome. And Hope says, yes, unfortunately. The closest city that would have an aerodrome is the capital, Veritas. Unfortunately, this is kind of a bad time to head to Lavian. Veritas is actually closed, as it were. I believe they're seating a new emperor, and they've closed off the city for the next few days or so, until the coronation is over. So we'll have to dock somewhere else. You see that Niobe pulls out a map of
Valentis.
Yeah, of Valentis. Well, I was trying to remember the name of the continent, but I think it's Onari. Onari is the continent that has Lavian. Let me actually pull it out myself so that all of us could take a look at it together. You see, she says, the Verloren Wood is a magical place, and it's very big. It doesn't have any aerodomes, so we'll have to stop in the Lavian Empire. Veritas is off limits, unfortunately. That would have been the best place to dock, as it's close to Ivywood and does have an aerodome. Unfortunately, Ivywood only has a train station. So your best bet will be to dock in either Duskfall or Wineport, as they both have train stations and aerodromes, so you'd be able to take the train to Ivywood. Chat.
Fuck, yeah. Train.
The time has come. The probably only poll of the session.
Unless I do a poll about Alestain.
That's true. The only poll I have planned. Does Niobe suggest going to Duskfall or Wineport? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and finish the poll. Duskfall it is. I am so excited about the ramifications of this decision.
Also, I just have to post the poll in the chat before Seth activates it. That's how we get around that.
Okay, oops, my bad.
That's fine.
All
I
right.
didn't know that's how that worked. I thought it would only count the vote if it was like the first character that you type, but I guess it just scans your chat and looks for the first number.
Right. But yeah, so she pulls out that map and she kind of indicates to you that they're both near the top of the map. She says they both have train stations. They both have aerodromes, so we'll be able to drop you off there. However, Wineport is further inland, closer to being in Helva, as one of the world trees is right there, in Valorfell. So, personally, I would suggest stopping in Duskfall. It's a little further towards the coast, but you'll be able to take the train to Ivywood just fine.
Sounds fine to me.
You see Ambrose nods and says, yes, that's probably what I would suggest as well. All right, great. So we'll head that way. And you see Niobe's like looking at the map for kind of a long time. And she says, there's a problem. And you see she she points to Duskfall on the map, and she points to Rion, and she draws a line, and right where they meet is in the center of the map, the Convergence. Niobe says, we can go around, but it'll add a couple extra days onto our trip if we try to avoid it. And you see Hope goes, well, we don't have a choice. We can't go through the Convergence. And Niobe says, I can go through the Convergence. And Hope goes, dearest,
I
I
think Alestain speaks up to it and is like, well, now hold on. No need to be hasty. We got time. The kids are okay.
And you see Niobe turns to look at you and she says, are they?
Says,
Are
I
they?
guarantee it.
She says, you'll stake your life that my daughters are fine.
Absolutely, I will.
Give me a deception check.
Why is that deception?
Because you don't know that.
He does know that.
No, you know possibly where they were taken. You have no idea if they're all right.
Why would they harm the hostages when they're trying to bring Alestain in?
You still don't know that for sure.
That's silly. Can I get like the help action?
From who?
I don't know. Ambrose, he knows what's going on.
He doesn't know that they're safe either.
But I've told him everything. He knows they're safe.
Well, you've also said this is an extremely dangerous thing that we're going to go do. I don't think that he's certain that they're fine.
Whatever. 14. Ambrose, you're a fuck. You let me down already. God damn it. I take you along and you let me down.
You see Niobe kind of like, she like checks your demeanor and is like, how do you know that? How do you know they're fine? Tell me how you know.
Because he says, because you don't harm the hostage when you're luring someone to you.
You see she kind of squints. Have you explained the situation to her at all? Or do you?
He hasn't, but he's been like weighing it in his mind whether he should tell them or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he's figured that since like they have equal stake at this point, they also are after these same kids.
Mm-hmm.
He decides to tell him, and he says, "Your culprit's after me, ma'am."
You're the reason my children were kidnapped. And you see Hope stands in the way and she goes, oh, nope, just stay over there and explain perhaps.
He's still smoking that cigarette and he's taking some longer drags now. And he says, to be clear, I don't know the guy, but evidently he knows me. Those kids are my friends. Hell, they're my family. And, I'm gonna get them back.
You see that both of them kind of weigh what you've said. You see Niobe says, if they're your family, then you should want them back as quickly as possible. I can get you to Duskfall tomorrow. Maybe sooner. Or we can take the long way around and you can be there maybe by the end of the week.
And he says, what I'm saying is, what's the point of risking our hides when we're the only ones that are going to be able to save these kids? And again, I know for a fact this guy ain't gonna harm them.
You see, she nods. She says, if you're willing to take the time, then fine. We'll go around. But it's really not that big of a deal. And you see, Hope says, well, no, it's it's a big deal. It is a big deal. It's a you know, it's a never-ending storm of magical origin that is so thin that it is said to have tears in reality, and no ship that's ever really gone in there has ever come back out alive. But yeah, so kind of a big deal. And Niobe says, I've driven through it. I survived, and I can do it again. But if you're all too much, if you're all too pussy, then fine.
Alestain chimes in and says, "Why now? Hang on. I spoke far too soon. I didn't realize it sounded this fucking cool."
Hope says, no, wait. And Ember says, hold on, wait. And Niobe says, exactly. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, yeah, it's the Convergence. Great. Whatever that even means. It's just a really misty place where you have to dodge a bunch of monsters. It's fine. I've done it before. And you see, Hope is like, my love, you are really simplifying this. It's really a lot more dangerous than you're making it sound to these very kind people who are trying to help us.
Quick question. Would I have enough time to short rest before before we get there?
Yeah, you'll all get a long rest before you arrive at the Convergence.
Because I did turn down that healing, and while I'm not like bloodied or nothing,
3 damage
3
isn't
HP
nothing.
is roughly a quarter of my health. So
Yeah, you should have seen Ambrose's health.
Was he bloodied?
Well, not quite, but almost.
He has like 7 HP. He was like 1 HP from being bloodied.
You see, yes. So you see Hope, or you see Ambrose says, look, the Convergence, he says, as the magical sort of advisor that is currently here, let me explain to you what Niobe is trying to get us into. All right? You see, he pulls out the map and he points at the Convergence in the dead center of the map. And he says, this is the place where all of the world trees, their roots used to connect before the fall. And when the fall happened and sundered Valentis, all of those roots got ripped apart very violently. And that is most certainly the cause of the shifting of continents, and why we now have upper continents that float in the sky, and why monsters from the deepest, darkest pits of hell and farthest planes of reality escape into our world. And it's also a never-ending hurricane. Like, if the monsters weren't bad enough, the never-ending hurricane part is really not something that I want to go into on an airship. And Niobe says, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, I am a great pilot, and like, it's fine.
Alestain, I think, chimes in and says, "Listen, Ambrose, buddy, you're not doing a good job of dissuading me. You're just making it sound like the coolest thing ever to be able to get through this. Like you basically just said, this is the worst possible place anyone could ever go in the whole wide world. Everyone knows it. And I'm supposed to think that doesn't sound cool?"
You see, he goes, ugh, and he looks at Kaz, and Kaz just kind of shrugs. You see, Kaz says, I do think it sounds kind of cool. Kaz says, I don't know, I kind of think that sounds awesome. And he goes, what about bites? Did you forget that we have a child with us?
And Alestain instantly chimes in. He says, "I knew it was your kid. I knew you gave birth to him."
Amber says, "What? No, I told you he's my charge. And, like, yes, he's a child, which I have already told you. But he's what? I don't."
You said he was your child. I knew it.
He is my charge that I take care of. And
Freudian slip. I know the truth now.
And you see, he points at Niobe and he says, and when we're off on our adventure, you will be the one caring for him. Is this the kind of situation you're going to put him in while I'm not around? And Niobe, like, shrugs. You see, she says, I don't know. It's really not that big of a deal. Like, you're being a pussy about it, honestly. And
I bet I could convince Bites to be super into it if I let him bite one of the monsters.
he says, please don't encourage my son to fucking bite monsters. And you see Kaz looks at him and he says, do you want to bite monsters? And Bite says, I bite monsters. I bite them. And Ambrose goes, no, don't stop encouraging him.
He said, and then the Alestain kind of kneels down and he says, now listen, you want to go for the monsters that don't have scales. The scales aren't going to be fun to bite. They're going to hurt your teeth. But if you see like some leathery ones or some fleshy looking ones, ooh, those ones are primo biting material.
You see Bites looks down at his own scaly body and he goes, no one bites me.
Yeah, you're not very biteable, kid.
You see Ambrose goes, please stop being a bad influence on him. I immediately regret this decision 100%.
He leans over to Ambrose and says, what, do you want your kid to be fucking scared shitless?
No, I don't want to go to the fucking Convergence. What are you talking about? It'll take a few extra days to go around it. That's fine. You said the children were fine.
Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't hurt to get there sooner.
I can't believe the 180 that you've done on this. You were just saying you didn't want to go.
You made it sound cool.
You see Hope and Niobe are kind of like quietly discussing. You see Hope does not look happy, but she says, if you want to go through the Convergence, fine, we can go. But I'm just telling you, it's not going to be easy. It could end very badly. All of us could die. For a few extra days.
He looks at Niobe and he says, you said you've done it before, right?
Niobe says, yeah, I've done it before. I'm like...
'Cause she's done it before.
And Hope says, yeah, like 10 years ago. And Niobe says...
10 years, shmen years.
Yeah, Niobe says, it can't have changed that much in that time. Like, it's fine. I can do it. I know, she turns to you and says, I know we've just met, but I'm the best goddamn captain and pilot in the world. So, I can do it. And you see, Hope says, you're a very good pilot. Nobody's doubting your skills. It's just that, and Niobe says, nope. And you see she turns the wheel of the ship and she says, we're going to the Convergence.
I think Alestain just kind of like prides himself on being able to recognize when someone's like definitely like good at what they do and confident. So he's just like, he's all in on being like, she knows what she's doing. I trust her.
You see Ambrose and Hope are both like anxiously like trying to like not be so worried about it. And you see Kaz is like, I'm sure it'll be fine. Just absolutely nonplussed. You see Bites starts jumping up and down going, monsters, 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 I gotta bite them.
So see, your kid's got the right idea.
And you see Ambrose just looks down at him and is like, you're going inside. You're not going anywhere near any of the monsters. And he goes, friend said I could bite monsters. And
he leans over to Bites and he whispers, I'll bring you a dead monster to bite later, okay?
He says, I want to bite it and kill it.
I'll try to leave it like a little bit alive, okay? I'll try. I'll see what I can do.
Okay. You see Ambrose is like, stop encouraging him.
It's like he's gonna go inside. He's fine.
You see Niobe at the helm kind of calls back to you like, you guys should probably get some rest. It'll be about probably 12 to 13 hours from here to the Convergence, and you'll want to be ready to get through it.
He flicks his cigarette over the side of the ship, and he says, all right, you got I don't know, sleeping quarters?
Yeah, Hope will show you. You see Hope is like, I'll show you. And you see she leads you down into the bottom of the ship, into the hull. You see...
My God, they have cannons?
Yeah. They're privateers.
Dude, we're gonna fucking shoot the hurricane. Remember when that was a thing, chat? Remember when Floridians were all like lining up to shoot the hurricane?
Oh my God.
Yeah, there was a Facebook event where like a hurricane was hitting Florida,
yes.
and they were like, "We're all gonna aim our guns at the hurricane and shoot it."
I do remember that actually. Yes. You see that Hope leads you down into the hull of the ship, and she says, "It's just past the engines here." She guides you through the engine block. You see this giant arcane crystal that is powering this fucking ship. Absolutely massive. This room is super hot. She says, mind the coils. You don't want to touch them, or perhaps you will burn yourself. And you see Bites, like, climbs up on top of Kaz to avoid being, like, on the ground.
The floor is lava.
And you see Ambrose is, like side-eyeing it as you're walking past it, like, ooh. You see she leads you down a long hallway. And at the very end, she kind of is like, this is the, sort of any passengers that we get. This is sort of their makeshift quarters down here. There's like a little table for food. There's some cots in either of these rooms, and that room up there is storage. So if you've got something for some reason you need to store in there, that's fine. You see, she points, and she says, actually, your horse is in there as well, actually.
Hell yeah.
If you...
Horse room. Horse. Is that this room at the bottom?
Yeah.
Horse room. Oh, Obi has his own room. Aw.
There's a bunch of crates in there, but yeah.
Yeah, he's playing with the crates. He's stacking boxes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
They're like blocks.
Yeah, definitely that's what your horse is doing.
Yeah, he's playing.
You see that Ambrose and Kaz, you see Kaz just walks into one of the rooms and is like, I'm going to sleep. And he takes Bites with him.
I think Alestain, it was Hope that brought us down here, right?
Yes.
I think Alestain says to her, be sure to wake me up when we're nearly there to the Convergence. I can probably help with I don't know, any unintentional passengers.
You see she nods and she says, we have some experience with fighting, and we have cannons if they are required. But I'm sure an extra sword arm or two won't be, well, we won't turn you away. She says, help yourself, get some rest. Gods help us all. And she turns and disappears back above deck.
Listen, we gotta get those kids and also do a really cool thing on the way.
You see Ambrose turns to you and he says, well, this should be fun. Hope you're not having second thoughts.
He says, I'm already figuring out how I'm gonna tell the kids about this story.
He kind of like pinches the bridge of his nose. He says, yes, yeah. All right. Well, get some rest.
Don't worry. I'll let them all know that you was crying the whole time. Don't worry.
He says, what's that phrase? I resent that. And you see he like gathers up, there's like some food and cheese, there's like some dried meats and cheeses and like breads kind of sitting out, and he like gathers some of that up and he says, well, I guess I'm going to eat and go to bed, so I suppose I'll see you when we get there. Good night, rest well.
Yeah. Excited to fight some monsters with you, pal.
He nods, and then he says, "Oh, actually, looks like there's 4 cots in here. Are you? I think there's more over there as well. Are you gonna? Because we're all kind of sleeping in this one, but there's one more, so I don't know. Are you? Do you?
He's just gonna go to the other one so that he can hang out with Harry.
You see Ambrose disappears.
Harry needs a lot of room. You see, he's a rambunctious little guy.
Okay.
He needs his own bed.
You all disappear into your separate rooms. And you get a long rest.
Nice.
It's only been a few hours since you woke up, actually. But she sort of seemed to indicate, it was probably like,
you don't have to sleep to get a long rest.
yeah, long rest is like 12 hours. Right? I think so. 8. So she indicated you'd be there in like 12 to 13. So it's like 2 p.m. right now. So you're going to get there like late at night. So it's probably best to try to rest through the day, because you don't know what the fuck is coming.
I think in those extra however many hours, I think Alestain wants to spend some time trying to teach Harry to pick locks for fun. he shows him picking the lock to his to the bedroom, and then relocks it, and then holds out a piece of cheese, but doesn't let him have it unless he does exactly what Alestain did.
Roll me animal handling.
Yeah. Oh my God! Natural 20.
No. It's not a
natural 20. Yes! Yes! Lock picking rat! Yes!
Okay. So you cannot critically succeed on a...
Oh, boo! Everyone boo in chat!
But you teach Harry to bring you a lockpick, and he is pretty successful at getting it in the lock. He cannot pick the lock, but you have taught him to bring a lockpick to you and successfully put it in the hole.
I hope you understand. I'm not letting this go. I'm doing for the rest of this campaign. Every time I have downtime, Alestain's gonna be teaching that boy how to pick locks until he learns.
Okay. Well, you've made some good headway on this little trick.
He gives him lots of little cheese. He says, "Good boy, you're doing so good."
He's really excited about all of the cheese. Yeah, he can jiggle the pick around, but it's not really lock picking.
He'll get there. Listen, it's his first day learning to lockpick.
Okay.
He's got a lot of learning to do. He's gonna get there. We're still proud of our boy.
Okay. You have your long rest. You see, do you there are some windows in here. Do you look out the windows at all, or what is, besides teaching Harry about this lockpicking thing, how do you spend the rest of your time?
Sure, I look outside.
You're traveling high in the clouds. You have never left, well, you've left Kala because you've been to the Deadlands, technically. But this is your first time on an airship. This is your first time leaving the country. This is your first time, over the water. Mm-hmm. Is Alestain afraid of heights? How is he handling the altitude?
Honestly, I think he's probably handling it decently well. I feel like when he was younger, he wouldn't have. Mm-hmm. But I mean, he was up in a mountain for 6 years and spent a decent amount of time at high altitudes. I can't imagine that it's maybe it's a little bit of vertigo, but I don't know. It's like flying in a plane, right? At some point, it's you're so high up that I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of all the same, right?
You spend your time with Harry and looking out the window. Every once in a while, Bites sneaks into your room and tries to hide under your cot. And then about every hour, Kaz comes in and picks him up and takes him back to their room.
I think every time Alestain like helps him hide and then like pretends like he doesn't know that he's there.
Kaz comes in and he says, "I know that he's in here. Just tell me where
Alestain's
he
like,
is."
"Oh, did he come in again? I didn't hear nothing."
I like that. I like to think that you turn and look at Harry and ask him if he came in again.
He's like, "Harry, did you hear anything? I didn't hear nothing."
You see, Kaz looks at Harry, looks at you, and he goes, "Unhelpful." And you see he like
Alestain is gunning to be the favorite uncle.
you see that Kaz is like, yeah, Kaz isn't like a mean person. He's just very like, he just doesn't talk much and is kind of like really monotone when he speaks. But he seems to laugh. He seems to think that a lot of the shenanigans that you get up to are pretty funny. So you think that he has like a good disposition of you.
Interesting. I thought he would have hated me.
You've done nothing but shit on people he doesn't like and like make jokes, and he thinks that's pretty funny. And you see he says like, "I don't know you, and you don't really know me, and that's fine, but I'm here for Ambrose, and I'm not unsympathetic to finding lost children, so you don't have to worry about whether or not I'll see this through."
I think he says, "What are you gonna do if Ambrose dies on this trip?"
Revive him?
What if you don't get the chance?
That's not an option.
Well, I'm just saying, really think about what you'd do if it did happen.
You see that he gets like, he's kind of, there are some times where he's just quiet, and then there are some times where he is visibly more like serious. And you see his eyes become like really intense for a minute, and he says, "If revival is not an option, I will go to hell and drag him back here myself. I will make it an option."
All right. Listen, I know I joke a lot, but one thing I wasn't joking about is how serious this is. I just want you to be realistic with yourself, okay?
He says, "I am nothing if not realistic. I think that's something you'll come to learn about me." And he reaches under the bed, like, he wasn't even looking, but he, like, reaches under one of the cots and pulls Bites out. And Bites is like, "No!"
Says, "I got you again. You'll get him next time, kid."
And he says, like, "Rest well." And he walks out of the room. You see that
I think Alestain's like sitting up against the windowsill at this point and just kind of like doing that thing where you like hold your hand out the window and like surf the wind.
time passes. The sun goes down. The sky darkens. The wind picks up. You see, close to midnight, there's a knock at your door. You see the human girl with the long black straight hair and the water genasi girl stand outside your door. And the
two people whose names I didn't get. Damn it.
They knock on your door.
He opens the door and says, "It time?"
You see they nod. You see the water genasi says, "We didn't have a chance to get introduced earlier. I'm Nevi. And this is Surin. Welcome aboard, and good luck.
He holds out his non-bandaged hand and he says, Alestain, put her there.
You see Nevi goes, put her there, and she like shakes your hand really like enthusiastically. And you see Surin just kind of like gives you like a chin nod and is like, nice to meet you.
And he I think maybe Harry is on his shoulder, and he says, all right, boy, here it is. And he holds out like a big cheese wedge that he took from the table, and he like holds it out and moves it back and forth to get his attention, and then chucks it over his shoulder back into the bedroom area.
Oh, all right. He launches himself off of you to go get it.
And he closes the door behind him to make sure he's not brought with him for the fight.
Okay. You hear lots of like scratching and chewing sounds from inside the house.
It should keep him busy for a little while.
You see exiting the storage room, the furbolg woman, Bergamot. She comes out and she says, your horse is taking the altitude well. Would you like me to stay with him while we pass through the Convergence?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's skittish or nothing, but I think he'd appreciate having a kind face with him.
She nods, and she says, very well.
Harry won't even fucking hell. I think with that cheese wedge, it'll be a miracle if we can fucking pry Harry off of it later.
You see she smiles, just a very kind smile. It like makes her like shows a lot of like age in her face, for like old like lines from smiling very often. And she says, I will look after your rat companion as well. Do not fear.
Oh, he'll be totally okay. I mean, honestly, we'll probably go through the Convergence and he won't even notice. He's gonna be lost in the sauce for hours.
She nods. She says, your animals will be safe here. And she returns to the room. You see Obi is like laying down, and there's like hay, and he's got kind of just like chewing on it.
Aw, Obi, good boy.
And you see she goes in and she just is kind of like petting him, and like you see she's like reading him a book.
Aw, what's the book?
The Little Horse That Could.
The little horse that could. Obi is the little horse that could.
It's his favorite book now.
She smiles and she says, horses are very intelligent creatures. They enjoy someone speaking to them in low tones. I find that reading a book is very calming.
Says, I'll have to pick up a copy of that later. I'm sure he's gonna want me to read it to him again.
She nods. And the door closes, and you see that Surin and Nevi are like, all right, well, we're gonna go, Captain's put us on cannons, so we'll be down here. It's kind of up to you guys for anything up top, so good luck.
He says, where do you need me? I mean, I can operate a cannon, I'm sure, but I'd say I'm better with a sword. And he like indicates the sword on his hip, and he says, and I've got experience fighting monsters. You think they're gonna hitch a ride?
Both of them kind of look at each other and look back, and they say, well, neither of us have been through the Convergence before, but Captain Niobe says anything is possible, so we'll see. And you see they walk into you see Ambrose and Kaz walk out, and you see that Kaz pushes Bites into the room with Bergamot and the horse and closes the door. And Bergamot says, I shall care for him as well. And all of you walk into the hallway. You see that Surin and Nevi both enter the the cannon rooms, you see that as you pass through the hallway, they say like, we'll be down here. Captain says basically prepare for anything. If anything does happen up top, just try to clear the way for us to get a clean shot.
He says, of course. Hey, listen, don't stress out too much. Then just think of it like this. You're gonna have a hell of a story after this.
You see Nevi says, oh, I'm sure. And you watch as it is starting to get darker and darker outside. Heavy clouds start to like stick to the side of the boat, and it's just a dense mist as you're traveling through. And you see they both kind of look at each other. Surin says, you should probably head up.
He does.
The
Draws his sword while he's at it.
The three of you head up to the top deck. It is a storm out here. You see thunder and rain. You see you pass through the captain's quarters to get back out onto the prow of the ship. You see Niobe and Hope standing at the helm. See Niobe says, get ready. We're going to be passing through really shortly. If there's anything you need to do to prepare, do it now. And you see Hope kind of is just nervously looking around. Kind of eyes everywhere.
So I assume that there's gonna be like flying monsters in here. Can I like ready an action to like if one flies overhead I can just fucking like cut its stomach?
So let me explain to you how this is going to work.
Okay.
So
I just thought that'd be like a really cool image.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you can do. So this is going to be, instead of a combat scenario, this is going to be a skill challenge. So instead of rolling for initiative, well, we will still roll for initiative, but instead of it being there's like a bunch of monsters and you are like, you're fighting them and like that's kind of it. There's going to be a lot of environmental things going on. There is a certain number of rolls that you will need to make. The DC for them, the general DC, is 15, meaning you will need to meet or succeed a 15 on each of your rolls for it to count as a success. I'll be nice and tell you need at least 3 successes for it to be a fully successful encounter.
Someone's gonna die.
You see,
Wait, how many checks are there? There's 3.
There are 6 rolls overall. So you need at least half to be successful. They don't have to be concurrent. You just need 3 successful overall for it to count as a successful encounter.
We can do that, right, Button?
I'm going to...
Yeah.
Let me just finish pulling you guys out.
Can we give each other the help actions?
You can. So let me explain the rules to you. I was just trying to get everyone out. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Someone fell overboard. Oh no, Ambrose! Oh, damn. Sorry, chat. Ambrose fell overboard. He's dead now.
There we go. Sorry.
The whole way down, he was like, I didn't even want to go in this storm!
True. All right. Sorry. There's like
Ben wasted his nat 20s before this moment. Yeah, that I literally had that exact thought. I was like, oh fuck.
let me.
I know for sure I'm getting a nat 1 in here. That's how this always works.
So, let me explain to you the rules.
Mm-hmm.
The ship has a speed of 8 miles per hour, which will be 80 feet per round.
Okay.
The ship has it has an AC of 15 and 300 HP with no damage threshold. So anything attacking it needs to meet or succeed a 15, but it does not need to do a certain amount of damage for the ship to take damage. The ship has 300.
Not particularly reinforced.
Yeah, it's a cargo vessel. It's not made for combat.
Mm-hmm. Some objects in D&D chat, if you don't do enough damage, they don't actually take damage.
Yeah, that's a damage threshold.
Yep.
Someone must always be at the helm driving the ship. And at the top of every round, they will be making steer checks. Niobe will get advantage, so it's good if it's her, but she doesn't have to be the one driving. She can be doing something else if you would prefer that instead.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to make skill checks every round to determine how well you survive that round. This is a bad situation that you are driving right into. It is a hurricane filled with monsters of unimaginable proportions. So you will decide an action to take and roll the check associated with whatever that action is. And depending on that outcome will depend on how that if that round is a success or a failure, and that will affect what happens. You can essentially, you are not stopping in this storm trying to fight every monster in here. You are trying to
kill everything.
You are trying to move through this storm as fast as possible and keep everybody alive while doing so. So you are trying to delay the inevitable, but not stop it, essentially.
Okay.
So those are the rules. It's 1 skill roll per turn. You can repeat skill rolls if you would like, but it will up the DC. So if on the first round you make an athletics check and it's like a DC 10, the next round it'll be a DC 15. It will go up by increments of 5.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So wait, to get those 3 successes, you can just do the same thing over and over again?
You can't take the exact same action, but you can make it the same skill roll. So yeah, you can do it, but it will get harder progressively, yes.
I'm realizing now it is 9.
Uh-huh.
Are we like starting like a big thing? Would this be like a good spot to leave off?
I mean, I was gonna finish describing it to you, and then since it's just skill rolls, I was thinking we would be fine. We would probably make it to the end of this, and it would be okay. But I'm also okay if it.
You say that.
I think it could also be interesting to.
Encounters usually lasted half the session for us, usually.
Yeah, that's true, but they were always
on the other campaign.
Combat encounters. So.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm also fine with like leaving off if we don't like finish everything that happens. It could be like a cliffhanger to see like how it ends or how you.
I just want to make sure that like we don't go too long over time because we have to get dinner at 9:30.
I know. Okay. If it starts getting too close to that time, we'll call it for the night. But
okay.
I have hope that we can maybe make it through this.
Okay. End on a high note.
Yeah. So those are
end on Ben rolling 3 nat 1s.
So those are the rules. At the top of every round, Niobe will roll a steer check for the ship. And her roll will determine how fast the ship moves that round.
Okay.
So she's moving the ship. You and everyone else are focusing on the external forces that are happening.
Okay.
Yeah, so just for examples, successful checks can result in preventing the ship from taking damage, allowing cannons to fire, allowing for like healing or other such actions. And failures can result in the opposite of those. The ship taking damage. Depending on how bad the roll is, it could result in cargo or perhaps some people to be damaged or thrown overboard.
You kill Obi, me and chat riot.
It could result in you losing altitude. It could result in the ship tipping to either side. So those are just, for your imagination, some things that could happen if you do not roll well. So take your skill rolls seriously. And consider what you're doing before you commit to it.
I grab Ambrose and Kaz, and I'm like, listen, we got this. Also, let's stick together so we can give each other the help action.
Ambrose nods to you and says, like, you said you were taking the lead, so you're in charge. You let me know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm terrified. And Kaz says, it's fine. It's a storm. There's some monsters. It'll be okay. And Hope says, you're quite the optimist. And Niobe, who's steering, is just like, all right, we're going in. Everybody brace. This is the last moment you have before this skill challenge starts. Let me see if there's anything. You see that Kaz looks at the three of you. Kaz looks at all of you. And you see he holds out a hand and like murmurs something to himself. And casts Bless on you, on Ambrose, and on Niobe. So the three of you will get to add a d4 to the number of your attack roll to either an attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
For 1 minute.
Well, probably saving throws, because you said this wasn't like a combat encounter.
Right. Well.
Like how cool this fucking D4 looks, chat. Anyway.
So you are blessed, and Niobe is blessed as well. Let me write that down.
We probably put like little tokens on our guys, little indicators.
Yeah, that's right.
Could be like, I don't know, little wiggly lines there to stay on blessed.
Oh, I don't remember how to do that.
I just did it to Alestain. It's the little crystal ball thing right underneath when you click on the token.
Yes.
Or blue for bless.
Yeah, we'll do blue for blessed. Alright, you three are blessed. You see, so Kaz casts that, and he says, be careful. You see, as it starts to get darker and darker, he is kind of like, he was sort of being like, it'll be fine, but he's now sort of like, stancing up a bit, and he's kind of like, I don't like this. And you see Ambrose says, I told you!
I think Alestain looks at him and says, Don't worry, your god loves me specifically, I promise. She's not gonna let nothing happen to me.
You see Kaz, like, looks at you like, huh? But before you have a chance to continue that train of thought, you see Ambrose also, he, like, looks around and is just like, oh, God. Well, he winks at you, and it gives you bardic inspiration.
Oh.
And he says, well, don't let us die in here.
I got bardic.
In a moment of trying to be somewhat charismatic in this hell.
I think Alestain pretends to fan himself.
Oh my god. He blushes? Alright. You see, it just gets dark. So pitch black. You enter like a wall of fog and lightning. And for a moment, you just can't see anything. The air in here is so dense and thick. It's kind of hard to breathe. The air is so thick in here. And then you, like, move through the barrier. And you enter into a land of pure fog and nightmare. Let me...
Real quick, do I, like, know anything that could, like, maybe prepare me for this, like, from my blood hunter studies with monsters and shit? Do I know, like, what specifically would be in here?
You think it's so it's very much like tears in reality. They just basically are like, the Convergence is a place where there's an endless hurricane and monsters beyond moral comprehension. I'm not sure that you would be able to know exactly what that was.
Gotcha. Mind flayers. Mind flayers. Flying mind flayers.
You enter into a world of nightmare. You see, it's like a yellow, dense fog. The floodlights of the ship turn on. And all around you, thousands and thousands of feet in the sky, there are tentacles larger than buildings, larger than the ship, ascending from the mist below. Roll initiative.
All right. I think as things are happening, Alestain says out loud, and he's like, what do you think the going rate for a vacation home out here is?
You see Kaz says, it's probably cheap. There's, I can't imagine there's much real estate out here.
So how do we feel about a nat 1?
No! Are you actually serious?
How do we feel about a nat 1 on initiative?
Oh my god.
Well, that doesn't mean I fail anything, though, right? It just means I'm like the last to do something.
It just means you're like the last person to do something.
That's okay. I'm okay with being last.
Let me...
I got a +2 to initiative. That means I have a 3.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna make your tokens a little bit bigger than they are.
I think the explanation for this is he's too focused on, like, trying to figure out what all he's looking at. He's like, I think the years at Dragonhold have, like, caused him to be, like, a little bit fascinated in trying to, like, piece together what these things could be.
Right. Extremely valid. I just wanted everyone to see what the whole map looked like, but let me zoom you in. You see, God, natural 1. Oh.
I blew my nat 20s, dude.
Awesome. All right.
Listen, I got a 3. You can't critically fail at initiative, so technically I got a 3.
Valid. Let me roll.
Someone could technically do worse than me on initiative, technically.
Ambrose. Oh! Ambrose rolled a natural 1 as well.
What's his modifier?
1. So someone did roll worse than you.
See, chat, you thought that I rolled the worst.
All right, let's see what hers is.
We're all just sitting there with our thumbs up our asses, dude, doing nothing.
Hope rolled incredibly well. She got a mod 20. And let's see about... Oh, why did the music stop?
It was disappointed in my roll.
Let's see. Niobe roll. Oh, Niobe got a natural 20.
Damn, she's so cool.
But she doesn't... I don't think... Oh, your dex is your plus to your initiative, right?
Yes, but I think that plays a part, but I think your initiative can also go up based on other factors too.
Yeah.
It usually has its own field right next to your armor class if you have a sheet for her. If not, then yeah, I would default to using dex.
Yeah. Okay, so she got a 22. So great for her. I mean, honestly, she has to make her steer checks at the top of every round, so honestly, it's probably a little bit easier that she just goes first anyway, so fantastic.
I think, yeah, Ambrose and Alestain are so fucking fixated on these tentacles, and I think Alestain's like leaning over and he's like, what do you think? Like aberration? What do you think could make something like that?
Ambrose says, Ambrose is looking at the giant tentacles, eyes wide. He says, aberration. Definitely aberration.
What kind of aberration do you think? He's like trying to get him talking.
He says, I don't. All right. Top of the round, Niobe is going to make her first steer check. While I do that, consider what you would like to do for your action, what skill check you would like to take, and what actions you would like your party to take as well.
So just any skill check?
So so it could be anything. You will figure out something that you would like to do, and I will give you a skill check associated with that. You see that the tentacles...
I could try to deceive the monsters?
Well, anything that you think would be helpful in some way. You see that these giant tentacles rise and are sort of swinging with the force of like a fucking jet plane, and you feel like if one of these hits the ship, it's really not going to be good for any of you. And you see, along with tentacles, it's like you see smaller figures moving through the mist, and it's like the mist it's hard to see. It's like you're not sure if you are seeing other figures in the mist or if it's like a trick of the light, but it's like you see like something with wings, and then you see something that just looks like a black shape that's like amorphous and then like glowing, and then it's gone. And it's like you're not sure if your eyes are playing tricks on you or if it's more than just the tentacles in this mist.
So I could either try and suss out what that is, or I could try to predict the flight path of the tentacles based on how they're moving and like yell out to Niobe and be like, fucking pull back or push forward.
Yeah. I would say that's probably perception. If you want to make a perception check, you can add your bless, and you choose whether or not to add your bardic. She has rolled exactly a 15, plus her, including her bless on her steer check. So the ship moves the full 80 feet this round. That is considered a success on her part. Up next is Hope. So that is very good for you. You see,
so do all of us need 3 successes, or just between us we need 3 successes?
Between you. So her checks don't count towards the like group checks. Hers is just depending on how fast, like hers is just affecting the ship, essentially. The rest of you are the ones who are doing like the actual skill challenge.
Maybe I can try and suss out what that thing is in the fog and tell, like, Ambrose to watch the tentacle and tell her to pull up or drop down or whatever.
Yeah. So you see Niobe gets into this mist and she goes, all right, watch it. And she guns this fucking thing. You are doing 80 miles per hour, zooming through these fucking tentacles. You see she like rolls the fucking wheel, and you do like almost like a barrel roll, like narrowly avoid a giant tentacle, curve around, and you are like, she's like dodging and weaving and like pulling up and trying to avoid these fucking tentacles when she can barely see in front of her. It's quite impressive. Next.
Yeah, so let's give her some help and help her avoid getting hit by the tentacles.
Exactly. Hope is next. You see Hope runs over. Let me see what she can do, actually. You see Hope is kind of like trying to suss out what she can do. You see she reaches a hand out. You see a large tentacle is coming down, or is coming a little too close to the ship. And she says, Niobe. And Niobe says, don't worry, I got it. She like turns the ship and a tentacle comes up just a little too close. And she says, Niobe! And she casts a spell. You hear a sound like glass shattering, like the loudest sound of glass shatter you've ever heard in your life. And this giant tentacle rears back in pain, and you zoom past it, far out of its reach. You see she's heavy breathing. And that counts as a success on her part.
Oh. So we just need one more success.
No, Niobe's doesn't count towards the skills. She's just steer.
Oh. Okay. So we have 1 and we need 2 more.
Yes.
We can get 2 more between the 3 of us. We got this.
You see Kaz is up next. He is busy focusing on the spell that is keeping your bless up. And you see he kind of looks around and looks to you. And he says, I can't do much while I keep the spell up. But is there something you'd have me do?
Is bless a concentration spell?
It is.
It is?
Yes.
Oh. Yes, it is, isn't it? All right. I mean, he can still do other things, though, can't he?
Yeah, he can do stuff, but he's asking.
As long as he doesn't, he needs to like not take damage.
Yeah.
I don't know, something safe, I guess. I can have him watch the tentacles and like call out like when she needs to like dodge or weave or whatever.
Okay. He just rolled a natural 20 perception.
Oh, okay.
So not only does that count as a success, he is like, every time something moves, he's like, left. He's like 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock. He's like counting them out. And you see Niobe's like dodging and weaving. Next up is you.
Well, we need one more. I guess I'm gonna try and suss out what this fucking thing in the mist is. My little friend. Do I just roll perception?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to roll my bardic with that.
So you will roll 6 times. You can succeed 3 times, and that'll be great. But you'll still have to roll all 6 times.
I did roll max bardic. Did you say I could roll less with this as well?
Can you only add one, or can you add both? I think you can add both.
I mean, if they both apply, you can add both.
Yeah,
but I
you can
think
add both.
bless is only if it's like a saving throw or attack roll.
Yes, it is.
So that's no.
You're right. Oh, okay.
Shouldn't
You're
have told
right.
on myself.
No, you're right. Well, because I was thinking Niobe rolled her bless on because I forgot. But no, she still succeeded, so that's fine. What did you roll?
So that's a no on doing bless.
No.
Damn. Could I get the help action from Ambrose?
He does go next. If you'd like him to use his ability or his role to do advantage, then or help action, then yeah.
What's his perception like?
Ambrose has a +3 to perception.
Yeah, okay, I'll give it to him then. He's got one higher than me.
Okay.
Fuck! I got a 13 total.
Okay. That is a failure.
I didn't clear the. I rolled really fucking well on the bardic, but I fucking beefed it on the initial d20.
You see that you are attempting to call out to Niobe, like, or you're trying to like, sorry, what was it you were trying to do?
Suss out this thing in the fog.
Yeah, you're trying to
Figure
like
out what it is.
figure out what you're looking at, and it's just too far away to really be able to tell what it is. And as you're looking at it, Cause calls out too late as you're like, what is that? And suddenly it's right in your face.
Oh, I thought Ambrose could have tried too.
Well, it's his turn next, but you failed this roll.
Oh, damn! I made it attack us.
When you fail
I
a
looked at
roll,
too
it has
much.
negative consequences. You see it hits. This giant tentacle comes out of nowhere and slams down on the ship. I'm going to need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay. Oh, now I fucking roll a fucking nat 20 again. God damn it.
Nice. Kaz and Ambrose both fail.
Sorry guys, didn't mean to get you mixed up in this.
You see,
Oh, that looks like it's smart.
the ship takes 50 damage as the tentacle...
How much health did it have?
300.
Okay.
You see, as the tentacle slams down, it takes out some of the railings, and you see it like curves, and there's now a giant tentacle attempting to wrap around the ship. Your speed is halved. You see Niobe is still gunning it, but the tentacle is preventing it from going as fast as it can.
So the tentacle hit. So what was the thing that was after us?
The tentacle.
That like got right on top of us. Oh, it was another tentacle?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like a different creature.
No. So it's again, it's hard to tell because they from far away, it looks like it's something else, but then it got right up in your face and it was a tentacle. It was like it's almost like the tentacle is casting shadows and they look like something else.
Gotcha.
So the ship took 50 damage. Ambrose and Kaz are both knocked prone
Oh no.
and at 3 HP.
Oh my god.
Both of them are completely covered in blood.
Oh my god. Hey, rub some dirt in it. You'll be okay.
You see
Did
that
I hit?
you succeeded your save, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so no, you managed to jump out of the way and avoid taking damage.
Oh.
But you
okay.
see
I
that-
just didn't know if it was like your damage is halved or something.
No. You see, they couldn't get out of the way in time, so the tentacle slammed down and debris fucking rocketed into them, and they were shot back. They're knocked prone.
Jesus.
You see Ambrose has, like, wood splinters, like, all up the side of his body, and Kaz took, like, a bunch of shit to, like, his kidneys and, like, his ribs. They were both bleeding profusely.
They used their bless on that save.
That's true, but unfortunately, neither of them rolled high enough where it even would have mattered. It is top of the round, Niobe's turn again. She has advantage on her save, or on her roll. She got, God, I'm rolling natural ones and natural 20s like fucking crazy. Niobe rolls a natural 20. With that, she is able to break free of the tentacle and gun the ship again. Because it just broke free, she is able to move. So it was halved and then she broke free. So she was able to move the full speed again. So you've moved another 800 feet, 8 miles per hour. Or 80 feet.
Okay.
Whatever I said. I can't remember. 80 feet.
I don't know.
Yes.
You're the one running the ship.
I know. I'm trying to. There's so much to keep track of here. You see a lot of the, like, shit that they had on the top of the ship has fallen overboard. There was some
cargo.
There was some like cargo and like ropes and like other shit that was up here that has just fallen off. The ship
That's okay.
The ship is not severely damaged, but it's not looking great.
That's okay. We'll succeed our next rolls.
All right.
We only need one more success.
Well, I don't know if you'll survive another failure. It's Hope's turn. You see, she looks at everyone that just got hurt and she says, "Oh, gods." And she reaches a hand out. Who does she heal? I think she can only heal one person.
She got like a bonus action healing word or something.
Yes. Creature of your point. Yeah. You see she reaches out to...
Hey, if if one of them dies, I have a bonus action I can do.
Kaz fails his Constitution save, so Bless drops.
Oh, boo.
Or nope, not that. There.
He's dead.
I thought that would make it go away.
He stopped concentrating on living.
Yeah, so Bless drops. You see, Hope. She says, "Who do I heal?" She decides to heal Kaz, knowing that he can also heal. That's 2d4. That is 9 healing for him. So because Niobe allowed... so she reaches out and she does that. Now it's Kaz's turn. He, because of the success, is able to heal as well. He reaches out to Ambrose and casts his last spell. Does 9 healing to Ambrose. Almost back at full. Actually, no, back at full.
Damn good healing.
It's your turn now. You need one more good roll.
I don't know what else I could do. Is there like...
There's a lot of stuff going on. There's, I mean, the tentacles...
Like just help one of them and then... Like, would it make a difference on like the skill? Like, would it be a skill check to like help one of them maybe?
I feel like that's... I mean,
I
what
don't
are
know.
you? What are
I
you
don't know what else I can do.
What are you attempting to help them with?
I mean, all I can think of is that there's these tentacles fucking us up, and there's
some of them are close enough
these
to
guys
hit,
are...
so you could try, like, you know,
hit a tentacle.
You could try.
Oh, I didn't realize I could hit. I didn't realize the tentacles were close enough to hit them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to slash one of them.
Okay. Go ahead. And
I figured they were like these fucking massive things that were really distant away.
They're massive. Some of them are far, but some of them are literally right up next to you. She was able to cast a spell to like blast one away from you. You don't think...
So just like a...
It doesn't seem like it'll be easy to hit, but you could try.
How not easy?
Well, I mean, it's a giant tentacle, but you're also moving really fast.
You're making me second guess if I should not do an attack. You're gonna be like, its DC is 25.
No. It's not unhittable, but it's just difficult.
Well, I will say that you, as part of your house rule, you did let me take Savage Attacker.
I did.
I can't remember what Savage Attacker does. Let me... Do I have it on my sheet? I can't remember.
It should be under your feet.
Yeah, here it is.
As a house rule, I allowed...
Oh, that's for damage die. That's not for advantage on an attack. Although I do have my lucky charm once per long rest.
As a feat, I let characters take... or as a house rule, I let characters take a feat at first level.
A fun little feat. I think he used... So would this count as like one of those skill checks you wanted?
Yeah.
If I do an attack roll on it?
If you succeed in hitting it.
In which case, I can technically use this lucky charm to give myself advantage. And that way, if I roll in that one, I should hopefully be able to recover from that. All right, I'm going to do that then. He focuses real hard on this rock on his wrist.
Okay.
And that's a 17 to hit.
Do you still have your... Did you use your Bardic?
Yes.
Okay. That just misses.
What? Oh, no! A 17 misses!
Do you get a second attack?
Not at first level.
You don't get an offhanded? Oh, no, you have a great sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. It doesn't hit.
Damn, I thought it was going to be a 15 again. Damn.
No, the general DC for the skills. But if you're attempting to attack, it has its own AC.
It's probably like an 18 or something.
Oh, wait. Oops. I had the wrong one.
Was it an AC of 17?
Hold on, let me check.
Because if it's a tie, then runner wins, which means it would hit.
Armor class.
Whenever you roll a tie on a check,
Sorry,
it's
I have
roll,
two
but-
different stat blocks up, and I had the wrong one open. But a 17 hits. It was it has an AC
okay,
of 16.
hell yeah!
Sorry.
Fuck, what the hell is the 18?
Oh. I don't know. Roll really bad and find out. So you hit.
No, I don't like
go
the
ahead
way
and
you
roll
said that.
damage.
Oh, in which case I'm gonna use Savage Attacker.
Mhm.
So the way Savage Attacker works, let me pull it back up so I can read the exact words. Once per turn, when you roll damage for a melee weapon attack, you can re-roll the weapon's damage dice and use either total. So my great sword is 2d6. I rolled 9 on those, but I'm gonna roll again and see if I can go higher. I did not go higher. So a 9 plus 2, 11 damage with that great sword. God damn, that's almost all of my health.
You 11. You make to slash at this thing, and you at first think you're not gonna make it, but then you just manage to slash it. And you see your sword meets more resistance than you were expecting. And you do the damage, but you don't think it's quite as strong a hit as you thought.
Resistance to slashing.
It rears back. You hear an ungodly screech that rings through your ears. It's like when you stand too close to a concert and you feel the bass in your sternum. It like rocks you to your core. You're
Can I
not
do that like cool thing, like I slash overhead and like I like do a cool pose and like blood fucking pours all over me?
Oh, you want to? Yeah, okay. You get fucking drenched in blood, and Ambrose, who is
He
right
looks
next to
cool as
you,
hell.
also gets fucking covered in blood. And
But he's kind of like posing really sexy afterwards.
You see,
Like,
Ambrose goes.
there's something hot about being covered in blood and posing sexy.
You see, Ambrose just goes. And I will count that as a success.
Hell yeah.
You see, Niobe succeeds on her. You still need to make all 6 rolls, so this will be your 4th roll.
Oh hell yeah.
You see,
We're gonna super succeed.
Niobe succeeds on her roll. You go the full 80 feet. You are dodging and weaving. The damage to the ship is making it go a little slower, actually. So you get about 70 feet instead of the full 80. You see, she's like, we really can't take another fucking hit like that. Dodging, weaving. Hope fails at what she was doing.
Wait, didn't Ambrose do something? I don't think Ambrose did it.
Oh, you're right. Ambrose fucking gets up from being covered in blood and is like, God.
I think after he cuts the tentacle, Alestain points at another tentacle in the distance, and he yells, "Call the shot for the cannons!"
Okay. He says, yes, sir. 12 plus.
Just realized we weren't fucking using the cannons this whole time.
Oh, yeah. God. I set up a bunch of shit and then was like, you can use whatever you want. But yeah, you do need to
Wasn't he
call the
prone?
shot.
Yeah, when you're prone, that just means you have to use half your movement to get up.
To stand up, yeah. So Ambrose stands up. Kaz also stood up. You see, he looks around. Okay, so call the shot for the cannons. So he rolled a 12. And he has a +3 perception, luckily. So he just succeeds that roll.
Hell yeah. Right man for the call.
And you see, he points, he says, fucking 5 o'clock! And you hear, very muffled from below, got it! Ooh, 18. Fucking, the whole ship rocks as one of the cannons is fired into the distance, and you hear that ungodly screech again. Roll me a straight intelligence check. Separate from the... From this.
I roll bad and you're like, the ship explodes. You just said straight intelligence?
Yeah.
That's a 14. I don't got any plus to my. I've got such average intelligence.
You are not certain, but you're starting to wonder if this is the same creature or not. You cannot see the origin of these tentacles, but the screeches all sound similar. You're not sure if it's several large monsters or one of the largest. Either way doesn't spell
I've been
good news
assuming
for
it's
you.
one really big monster.
That's Ambrose's turn. Niobe rolled well on hers. Hope failed hers. Cause the last roll to finish this challenge succeeds as Kaz reaches out, and you see he says, "Stay the fuck away from him," and you just hear the loudest bell toll you've ever heard in your life as more screeches emanate from the mist around you. And you see Niobe says, "I see the opening!" and fucking guns it. You fucking, again, barrel roll, fucking dodge, weave around these tentacles. Another one makes to slam into your ship and just misses. The wind impact of it just missing topples Ambrose. That motherfucker goes flying. You see Kaz like braces against the wind. Give me a dexterity save.
Oh, okay. Damn, I'm not blessed anymore.
Yeah. Hope goes flying.
Ooh, I actually get proficiency on dex saves, so I actually got a 19.
Oh, nice. So you and Kaz managed
I always
to
forget
fucking...
to check my saving throw proficiencies.
You and Kaz bear down. Hope and Ambrose both go flying into the banisters as Niobe rockets out of this fucking mist.
Actually, hang on. That intelligence, was that just a check or was that a saving throw?
That was just a check.
Oh, okay, never mind.
That was
so
sort
I
of...
do have a +2 in saving throws for intelligence.
That was just me being like, can you discern if this is one monster or many monsters?
Mm-hmm.
You, Niobe, you see it's like the light at the end of the tunnel. Niobe, time slows. The front of the ship is exiting the dense wall of mist. Niobe rolls a 7. A tentacle slams into the underside of the ship, and it tilts the ship forwards. I need all of you to make another dexterity saving throw.
Uh-oh. What the hell?
Your
We
final
succeeded.
roll.
Hey, quit cheating, tentacle monster. We won, don't you know? Not as good.
Ambrose and Kaz both succeed.
15? +4 is pretty good.
You just manage to grab onto something as the entire ship does a fucking 360 forwards and back upright as Niobe guns it and you exit the Convergence.
Can he grab onto this little like platform thing in the center there that's like right behind him? As it like flips over, he's like dangling by one hand. He's going, "Hell yeah, yeehaw, motherfucker!"
Niobe's just going, "Hold on!"
And he spits down at one of the tentacles.
Um,
Says, "Not today, bitch!"
You see, Ambrose is screaming. And Kaz is just going, "Just fucking hold on!" You've never heard him yell before, but he has to yell to be heard over this fucking wind.
I think Alestain's kind of having fun.
Yeah, you exit at fucking breakneck speed out. You exit, depart the storm. And ahead of you, there is endless sky and bright shining stars. And that is where we will end our episode for today.